check. Trump saying he discussed TikTok with Z. Do not buy this dip. Do not long the market on the open this morning. Not yet. It's dangerous. Hey, hold on. Sorry about that. Hold on there. Just be very careful here. There's a gamma bar of supply at 6,000 on SPX, which is the top tick this morning on SPY. There should be a back test of 59.70 on SPX, so that's a little bit lower than. It's about half of the gap from overnight. So I want to talk to you guys about something. I've been getting eaten alive here the past 2-3 weeks, like making money and then I lose money. In particular, this past week, I broke my own rules. I closed calls before a bell. That would have made me 10 grand. I was fucking angry. I was angry closing those calls, and I was even angrier after the close of the market. Yesterday, I knew that pre-market high was bullshit. So I was trying to get in on the end of the day on a move higher to at least hit that pre-market high last 10 minutes or whatever. And I bought some calls, and then I was going to buy some calls at 4:14. I stayed on the show yesterday. I was going to buy a bunch of calls the last minute. I missed it by 1 minute. I wanted to buy 96s, which I think were 26 cents. They were actually going up as the market was going down. Yes, all the call chain was going up as the market was bleeding down in the last few minutes of the bell. I don't even want to know what those are worth this morning. I'm assuming they're $1 something. I'm not going to look. I'm angry right now. But that's how it is. And I win fairly consistently. I win a lot of trades. So I'm going through this patch of not winning trades right now, or breaking my own rules, or the insidiousness of small losses. Boom, 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 one after another. And they suck. If you have a pretty decent win rate and then you go through a patch of not winning, it sucks really bad. And that's the laws of probability and statistics, right? You just go through a patch. It's what it is, part of it. So, and I didn't want to spend yesterday what I wanted to spend on calls either. And then I was like, I'll buy the 26-cent ones. Like $2 grand, I can put that out. 10 grand, no fucking way. This is into the close after the bell. So I didn't buy calls. I'm not going to tell you that I did or anything like that when I didn't. So this is 2 days this week. Should have made another $20,000, which would put me up pretty well. I'd be doing pretty well. So I'm frustrated, of course, this morning. But I knew I was right. Now, we have some not quite issues here, but hopefully you read the brief last night. We do have some stuff to talk about here. We'll talk about the vol curve, and are we actually out of here or not? Is there a back test coming up? Vol curve seems to think so. We got Opex and Vixperation today. which is kind of a wonky thing, right? Having it same day. Normally it's park the bus. Normally they'll run us down or up, right? Let's go look at a chart really quick. Hold on. Like normally you come in like an Opex and like forget all this for a minute here. You'll be heading in any direction. It's fairly easy, right? Like trending down into an Opex, right? We'll get like Vixperation and they'll blast this straight down, right? And then they'll swing it back up for Opex, right? Whoop, just like that. Like Vixperation, Opex, right? Same thing happens in the inverse. You'll get like an into a Vixperation, big move up, then back down to be where they want to park the bus here for Opex. Today we happen to have both same time. Now the way that I'm seeing this is, and there's a couple things we got to talk about here. We'll draw this because there's new information, of course, but some of these things will change. But let's get rid of that for a minute here. So before you get all excited, I didn't know how to word this in the brief last night, but these sellers are here, right? They're here, right? Then they came down a little bit, right? So we got this one up here, right? And then we've got this little one right here, right? We got this one right here. And there's some, I was hoping we could do this yesterday into the bell.
China's Xi
catch that, at least get the rejection, right?
Great importance in our interactions.
And they were like, no, bro, it's here. And I'm like, no. If they're going to come in, it's going to be at least right here. It's going to be like right here, to the downside, or up here to the downside. So, this was kind of like fake bullshit yesterday, wasn't just more manipulation. And then they get us up here finally. Vol curve also saying we get Vol gets murdered today, but then it spikes back up from today into the. I'm assuming this has to do with the inauguration. It's not crazy, but there is some. You don't go crazy about it, but you just say, we got to get a little bit defensive. This is a contentious election, like Trump or not. He's like that anyways, right? So, so it does show, like, even if we go up the rest of today, just into like Monday, Tuesday, there's some implication of volatility heading into like Tuesday. I think that's more towards the inauguration. The key is to, if nothing bad happens, or if Trump doesn't say anything fucking crazy, the market should really unwind to the upside. There's nothing really in front of us that I can see at the moment. I'll take a quick peek right now and see if there's anything here that I can see. Nothing on Tuesday that I can see. Nothing on Wednesday that's that important. I guess you could say the 30-year mortgage rate is important. Maybe claims on Thursday next week. But truthfully, that stuff is not that important right now. If anything, existing home sales on Friday is the most important. There's not a lot of news next week. Now, that's normally bad for the market, by the way. Not good. There's something else here, too, which is... There's something else here, too, which is presidential election years. If you look at the seasonality data for presidential election years, there's only really two paths. There's a path where the markets respond very well, almost vertical, like very positive. And the second path is where we underperform like February, March, and then we get a super ramp into April. And that's because people are unsure about policy from the president. normally. And they want to see what the first 100 days are. And we know Trump is like that, or has created that air right now, right? That you don't know what's going to happen, or I don't know, and you don't know, and there's so much shit spread that cutting through that bullshit is not easy, right? Even if you're a Trump supporter, it's not easy. You can't tell me as a Trump supporter, you guys are changing your opinions fucking every 10 minutes, depending on what Trump says, right? Let's be honest. You guys are like, yeah. Get rid of the oligarchs. Fuck it, or get in the elites. All right, no, I'm okay with the oligarchs, though. So he just changed the story, so I'm with him. And that's okay. People make promises all the fucking time they're never going to keep. I voted for Obama. That fucking guy got like one thing passed in 8 years, so I get it. They campaign and promise you all this shit, and then that doesn't happen, right? Obama promised prison reform. He went to a prison and talked to prisoners. That shit didn't happen, right? They're not trying to re-educate prisoners and shit like that. They're just same old shit as ever. So that's how we could get this gap partially closed, even if we don't get volatility. Now, if we get that volatility, the market is poised for a bloodbath. I want you to just see this into, like if something were to happen during the inauguration, this market is ready to fucking rock to the downside, hit that 70, hit the 61. They didn't get it with retail sales. They didn't get it with any of the data last week. We are going to be looking past all that volatility too, right? So we went through all of this data, and we're going to rear view mirror this stuff, right? And we're going to rear view mirror the inauguration. So that leads to the squeeze and the major move to the upside. And we're gonna close the door and slam that door where the good Lord split you, right? Is that what they say? Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. So if nothing happens, you would expect maybe a little bit of weakness heading into the weekend. And then you're not going to get, the market's not going to be open, but like your weekend Dow and shit like that might be showing some weakness. But if we roll into Tuesday and nothing has happened, you know what's going to happen, right? It's going to crank. This is all, left tail bullshit's behind us, right? So this market always looks forward, never behind. And so we should be good to go to the upside. Now, we can leave this gap behind. Another note here, too, is let's say you get this Trump volatility, nothing bad happens, and we don't close this. So you come up on Tuesday, then come back for it, and then we're up and out of here. And we can leave this behind, too. There's nothing saying we have to close this. There's no we have to do this or we have to do that. So just be aware of this stuff. This stuff's still here. There could still be this back test down here. We can come back for this next week, Tuesday, Wednesday. It doesn't have to be Tuesday, Wednesday. We could come back for this. Doesn't have to be. That's like 23rd, 25th. You see it over here. You get like the volatility into the weekend. Nothing bad happens. Wham, straight up, then back down here. We're off and running to the upside. But we are, without a doubt, beginning to rear view mirror stuff. So talking about that seasonality and Trump craziness, after this is Friday, right? I'm going to warn you right now. You did not trade when Trump was president the first time. You got to, okay? He had some tariffs that he did in his first presidency, and inflation ran, right? Inflation ran like crazy. So just like seriously, as soon as he's president, you're just paying attention. Like, I don't care how you follow him on like Twitter with one of those reposting things. Follow him on Truth Social. Follow the people that are going to be important. Someone, I think LVR said something about track his kids too. Find out who is pre-posting about something Trump's going to post about in 4 hours. and whoever the press secretary is, all that kind of stuff, the White House, however they decided to disseminate their information. So let's take a look at the market really quick. We'll get rid of all this stuff here. We'll just do this all over this morning. Take a look at it like as if you were at your own house and see where we are right now in the market. We're going to start at on a monthly basis here and just redraw. We draw this every day, right? Matter of fact, I draw this at nighttime too. Like every night, every morning, draw this stuff out. Just see where the market is. We're going to look first on a monthly basis here. We gave up. We made this month here in November, lost the month of December, January, trying to recover right now. We got our first tag right here for a monthly low, 562.25. Bring that a little bit smaller there. Close enough, right? Hand grenades and horseshoes. Apologize, I'm kind of sick this morning. I think my daughter got me sick. Woke up yesterday feeling like shit. There's a post on the main page of the Detroit subreddit yesterday. Like Detroit's got like flu A, flu B, flu Z, and there's like all these respiratory shit going on. On a daily basis here. Someone made a comment on that yesterday too that kind of agree with it. One guy was like, everybody's getting sick because we were not only because of social distancing during COVID, but a lot of us continued to social distance or begin working from home. Hold on here. Or our behaviors never went back to pre-COVID. I noticed some of that, right? Our behaviors are nowhere near what they were like pre-COVID. So we become, of course, we're missing getting sick, right? So that does not help us with our immune system. All right, hold on. We got the day right here. This looks pretty good. I like that. But this is where the sweep is to get lower. Still, it's still open down here. It needs to be filled at some point. We know about this right here. At minimum, that needs to be filled on a daily basis. Did those. The right gap fill down here. Still unfilled. 4 hour basis, there's the sweep right there in the 4 hour. That's the pain right there. 4HR pain. Pain sweep. It was right down there for shits and giggles. And then we got the hourly right here. Let's take a look at this one. It's really nice to see this nice clean back test of the daily trigger. We held on that hourly trigger yesterday. That's all very nice. I like seeing it. It's really good. We also have this right here, this little hourly. Let's take a look at this. And then let's take a peek at the 15-minute. This looks really nice right here. I like this. This is good. So they are buying the dip already. At least in the 15-minute, they're trying for it again to go higher. Let's go to a 1 minute. See what's going on over here. So there are buyers stepping in already this morning.
China Xi says the essence of China-US economic and trade relations is mutual benefit and win-win. Confrontation and conflict should not be our choice.
I got to tell you guys, too, I have $20-something thousand on call spreads that expire today at 4 p.m. If we traded above 602.50, I'm making money. I don't think we're gonna. I think they're gonna close us below it, and then we'll do it afterwards, right? I'll be the. And I think I was looking at all the calls and shit out there. People have just like sold and sold and sold. I made another mistake too. I got to tell you guys something else. I've been meaning to bring this up the past couple weeks, and I keep fucking forgetting. I didn't open those. You know those call spreads that I opened in December. I didn't open them up individually. I bought them, or I opened them as one trade, so I couldn't close each leg.
92%.
I was fucking furious about that too. That like shit like that, like those bad mistakes, breaking my own rules, all that kind of stuff. That shit infuriates me. At any rate, I won't talk about it right now, but that's okay. So they're trying to buy the dip here on a 15-minute basis. This is the basis for you this morning. As long as this holds, we can go higher. If not, we're going to trade down here and close all these gaps down here. You see this number 1 right here? See that number 1 right there? So at least on a 15-minute basis, we know that the way is higher. And if we lose this green box right here, we're going to go lower. Now, there's a couple other things got to look at here. Number 1, we've got some other things to be considering. This is R3 right here. You can see the sellers are already coming in, right? Wham and wham, trying to sell us down. See that, right? This is R3. That's a pretty big move intraday, first thing in the morning. And R4 and R5 up here, we're going to talk about this in a minute too. And there's something else I got to show you. I'm going to put a big red box up there, right? It's like the no-go zone up here, we think. Right, and then we're going to talk about a few other things I want to show you. Bottom right-hand side, we're going to talk about SPX Gamma here, okay? This is the call, or this was the call wall yesterday, and we're gonna chat about this. The Gamma flip, the Gamma flip was down here yesterday. Hold on one second here. Bear with me here. I'm not cloudy, but slow. We have new Gamma this morning. Oh, and there goes that Gamma bar is now popping up finally. It wasn't popping up yesterday, but it wasn't showing yesterday, so we can remove it today, but it was there yesterday. So there's 47 million Gamma bar here. It's not huge, but it is there. And the call wall has moved up today. It's actually higher, 6050. This is now just resistance. That's it. Okay, it's not actually the call wall. Call wall is now at 6050 on SPX. Now, you see, you have this declining line in cash market right here. It's pretty clean and consistent. We are above that declining line for the first time, and but I do want you to notice that there is. It's not showing up here today, but I'm going to show it to you here. I'm going to pop it on here, even though it isn't showing. 5970 has Gamma 2. Although it's not important at the moment. And personally, I'd like to see that's that half back trade. Personally, I would like to see that at least that get hit. My own personal preference, like to see something like that. So we'll pay close attention to this. Gamma flip is down below on that daily island down here. Local support is a little bit lower. Here, let me just show you guys a couple of things here. So your gamma flip is down on the island, right? David's Island, David AMS Island over here. But local support is lower at 5,900, and it's not strong support. It's only a 21 million. Put wall is right here, but it's only at 26 million, 37 million down below. So it's still not crazy. This is what this shows, because it's so light, is that people are rolling their puts higher, and they're rolling their calls higher too at this point. So gamma flips right here. 5970 on SPY is lower than this 15-minute bar. This could be it. Yeah, 5970. No, 5970 is on SPY is, I want to say it's down here at this half-hour trigger. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's somewhere lower. So just be careful of this. Even if we're going to stay bullish, careful of like a quick sweep down to go higher here. Also, remember today being Opex, they're going to like round numbers, 5s and 0s. So SPX gamma, just take a peek, or keep this green line here in mind. Let's just look at this and see if we can get this to hold down here. See if we can get over that that bump. I'll leave it up down here just so you can see it right here, and see if we can catch that over there. Next thing we want to look at is going to be a few other things. We got a few other things we got to look at this morning. Hold on here, 6,000. Let me show you this too. I got a bunch of stuff to show you guys. Hold on. Now, we put this stuff inside of nightly briefs or market briefs every night. This is that bar at 6,000. So we just traded up to here. Right? I'm looking to see if we can trade back. So I guess I said 59,870. Looks like it's 59.80. So let's go back up to that main screen. I said 59.70, and I'm wrong here. So 59.80 is probably right here, right where that 15-minute is. So this is probably your gamma bar right on this 15-minute right here. So let's go back and just look at this really quick. Let's go bottom right screen. I said it was 59.70. It's actually higher. It's right here. And that's where that bottom wick is. So I said, this could be right. This is fine, I guess. So being a little bit inaccurate here. The SPY, it's this green bar right here. This is 50. This is 50. 59.80 on SPX gamma. So let's leave that there. Thing the front. You don't want to lose this. You could sweep this, I guess, this 15-minute, but in truth, you got to hold this to go higher. We're going to make this yellow, not red. Let's change. This looks so vicious, like we ain't going there. Do we even need this up here? I don't know. That looks so. It looks so like it's not going to work. Let's get rid of that. That looks like shit. Let's snap a line up here that's yellow. And we'll snap a line up here that's red. So it doesn't look too terrible. A little bit less crazy looking, right? Also note that if we break above 6,000, if we're able to break above 6,000 this morning, so you get up here, right? if we get above this red bar, we go straight to 605. Like straight. I should make this. Yeah, I'll just tease the bulls a little bit. We will trade straight up to right up here. Wham. And let's take a look at the pivots with fib levels. See what those are showing. Anything on fibs? We're already at R4, R5 on an intraday basis. Let's look at fibs on traditional pivots, and let's look at a weekly basis. Yeah, right up here is, this is R2. This is R2 up here at 607. I don't think we can get up there, though, so maybe. But there is a fib up there. A weekly expectation for R2, which is a normal weekly deviation. Let's go back to a daily basis here. Oh. Yeah, looks good, right? This will do the magic for you for today. And then let's look at a couple other things here. Where's 1030? I'm always sketched out about 1030. $6,000, nice round number, right? 595. Let's make this do 4 p.m. Oh, right there. Are they going to park us or not is the big question, right? Let's take a quick look back here and see if they're going to park us or not. I'm not seeing anything there. This one's saying possibly lower. Yeah, I can't see a goddamn thing. So much shit in this fucking thing. It's 4 p.m. There's 6,000 into the bell. We stay on this track.
U.S. stocks extend gains. The S&P.
Watch that right there.
1%.
And we're going to bring this back over here. And we're going to go down and look at something else really quick. Okay, so this is the 6,000 bar right here. The next resistance, 602. Here's 6025. Here's 6050. And then we've got 6075. Some major resistance at 6100 right here. We got more back here, but some other things we want to look at this morning would be strike level volatility. God damn it. SPX at the money volatility. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to mute some of this stuff for you. Where's my webcam frame? Mute that. Mute the camera. Mute the checkbox. This is SPX at the money vol, updated hourly. Expecting some volatility. Expecting some volatility into Tuesday. Cools back down. Cools back down into next week at some point later in the week. Systematic positioning, CTA positioning. So CTAs, so we're coming into like a bottoming for CTAs here, where they're going to want to help the market if the market can get above 6,000. Okay. So CTAs are waiting for price to break above 6,000 to jump on the bandwagon. There is a problem though here. If we have that volatility into next week, anything assigned to the inauguration, they could potentially actually impact sell side or not participate. So they will. So if you're a CTA trend follower, you're either going to be jumping on the bandwagon if we get above 6,000, right? And help amplify price, or they'll just sit on the sidelines on their hands. And I'm going to show you why this is still kind of dangerous here in just a minute. To even be thinking, hey, CTAs are going to help no matter what. So vol control gang, they're not helpful here either. They are using caution, I should say. I don't know if I can get this to click for me, but let's check it out real quick. Having problems bringing stuff up this morning, data up. This is vol control funds, right? There's this little bit down here, right, where they're not helpful if we lose where we are, right? If we don't go higher than where we are, like this resistance point on the descending flag, they could actually step right out of the way and we blast down to the downside over the weekend, down to the 70, 61, 62. But then they step in to help quell volatility. Now, if we get above the 6,000, you will see vol funds step in, and they will then step right in again, and they'll help quell volatility. So they're in the same boat as CTAs. And this is where I'm going to show you where the real danger is here. This is asset manager net short long COTs. This is called, if you don't know what COTs are, it's commitment of traders. And here we've got, I got kind of have that fucking line going, don't you? But you see this one right here? And, we can continue to go up and up and up, but they have no problem switching to sell side in a meaningful way, right? So this shows that people are still concerned. This COT number right here on the right hand side, if you can see, I don't know if you can see it all over here, but it's like, if it starts falling, COTs will get vicious on us, right? So it's kind of like a mixed bag data right now. It's not really. Now, this seasonality, I'm not going to tell you this is what it's going to be, and I don't think this is what our pattern is going to be for the year. But this seasonality chart here shows that weakness the first 50 days of the market here. Now, I'm not particularly inclined on this seasonality chart, but last year the seasonality chart was pretty consistent. So I got to give this seasonality trend some ideas here, but it's showing a little bit more weakness next week, and then a relief rally based on nothing bad happening. So you can see that really quick. Let me get rid of this for a minute here. You can see they're trying to jump in right here. We can notice up here, there's a big giant gap on SPX. So if you can get up here and maybe do this today, bam, bam, up. I don't know if we can do that today. I don't know if we can actually get up here, break above the 6,000. And the first meaningful The next meaningful stoppage is 6050. Squeeze up maybe the last 15 minutes of today. Would be kind of wild, right? Like a 30-point move up at like 3:45 in the afternoon. They have a tendency to do this shit, so be careful. I mean, this is showing it being. Is this today? Yeah. Just be careful of this shit. Like, you come into an Opex, and they sneak us up all day long, and then it's like 3:45 in the afternoon. Whoop, straight up. Scene of the crime, right? From back on December 18th. So we'll monitor this and watch it closely and see if they try to do that sneaky Pete to the upside. And they do it over the weekend too, 3-day weekend. Do that little maybe they push us higher into the close, come back on Tuesday, nothing bad happens, wham, right there, right? Burned all the calls from December, and they still hit their targets, right? VIX 9-day. I don't want to show you guys this stuff. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. I guess I could show you some of this stuff. So VIX 9-day. I'm going to delete this here in a minute, but VIX 9-day. Everybody's expecting, or everybody's wanting this big VIX spike here. Whoop. I don't see that. I see more something like this here. Declining volatility. This is into April. If you guys want to see what I see or what I think. So what I think about the first Q1 into Q2 is declining vol. And then sometime in like April, it should start ramping on a high. I think this will be at 625 when that happens. You'll get that big push down. You get a roll down in late March, possibly April. It says March 17th. Fairly common time frame around the 17th, 20th, 21st. Historically, we get a roll in the marketplace as well. If you ever go back and look at like March 20th, March 22nd, 25th, like that time period, market tends to get a little long in the tooth. So I don't see that big correction or any correction until that point. And if you can look at it like this at a higher frame, makes a little bit more sense, right? Start looking at stuff like that over there. See it? See it now? Boom, big throw up higher. This actually could be far. The what do you call? I'm being generous here, but it could be over there, right? Could actually make that's what is that? March 26th. So somewhere over there in late March. And I want to see this right here. If you want to see it, I want to see this fucking murder the VIX. Get that fucking VIX down there at like, I don't know, $9-10, and then wham. You could get that over the weekend if the inauguration goes off smoothly, right? Get that big squeeze up, rip it, and then we come back next week. They get us some volatility early week. Sell the news on that kind of stuff. Okay, Dixie. Getting hammered right now. TNX bottoming, but looks like it wants to roll down a little bit more. HYG bullish, right? So that's all I got for you guys at this moment. We'll go over DIA, IWM, and Qs. Last night, too, there was, I was doing the brief last night, and I was looking at IWM and DIA, and those two are just screaming moon time. As a matter of fact, IWM in particular is supposedly in a turning down environment right now, and it's like on paper, IWM looks very bearish, but it didn't look like that to me. It looked to me like it wanted to fucking squeeze balls. So, all right, let's go. Let's stay here and see what happens here. Where's that local resistance right here? Put on a 1 minute chart so we can see it better. We'll just pay attention. We'll pay more on SPX again. We're just going to pay attention so you guys can see it at home. Can we get above this? Can we get above this resistance at 6,000 here? And they really tried to wick that fucking shit. How look at that? They were like, "Fuck you! You're not going up there." We start squeezing above. Start squeezing above that 6,000. All right, leave that right there. We've got market here, right? We've got. We'll turn that back on. Wham. R4, R5. We'll put these up here. R5. Give me that fucking trade right there. Right in at 1030. Yeah, one more push. Fucking giving money back to the fucking market with bullshit. Ugh. I hate fucking fighting the market. I hate it. And like fall into the trap. Then change my trading. I'm like, fuck me. At 10:30, they like 10:30, then like 12, 1 o'clock, you get like the put mafia, vol control gang stuff. 10:30, bears like to step in and take a swat at it. Okay, so Friday today, data for today, 9:45. We had the S&P Global Composite. Nope, sorry, that's not today. Apologize for that. At 9:15, we had the industrial production month over month. We had building permits this morning. The building permits preliminary is 1.483. Previous was 1.49. Consensus and forecast was 1.48. So in line, slightly better than expected, but it's still lower than prior starts. That's for building permits, excuse me. Housing starts came in at 1.49. That was positive. I expected worse numbers than these starts. 1.499 million. Previous was 1.29.4 million. The forecast is 1.32 million. Housing starts month over month are improving too. Industrial production came in at 915. It was 0.9%. Previous was 0.2. Consensus was 0.1. So industrial production month over month is increasing. That's good to see. We had a bunch of other reports at 9:15 that are not relevant. At 1 p.m., we get the Baker Hughes oil rig count, oil rig total count. An important one, though, we get is the net long-term tick flows. So that's at 4 p.m. And what's the consensus on that? We were on a downtrend for October. We go see what's the expectation today for that. So net long-term tick flows, previous is 152 billion. The consensus is 159.9 billion. That's 4 p.m. Monday, we've got the inauguration day. Tuesday next week, we get a 3-month and 6-month bill auction at 11:30. We got a bunch of auctions, a bunch of bill auctions all day long on Tuesday. Wednesday, we get the NBA 30-year mortgage rate. That's the most important one on Wednesday for next week. Initial claims on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. And then Friday, we have existing home sales. S&P Global Composite 2 at 9:45 on next Friday. Global Manufacturing PMI flash. We get the Global Services PMI. That's all 9:45 a.m. on Friday. So biggish data on Thursday, bigger data on Friday of next week. It's a short week next week too. Don't forget we are closed for the Martin Luther King holiday. Ooh, they're trying to come in early and sell it. Oof. Well, these nasty little fuckers coming in early, huh? No upside move here. Fuck you. Bam, down to the 5-minute trigger. Parking the bus, baby. What else do we have here for next week? I don't see anything else. Nothing big for next week. A bunch of Fed speakers on Friday. I don't see any Fed speak until Friday. So I don't see any no economic news that I can see. The 27th. Nothing. The 28th on Tuesday, the 28th, durable goods month over month is important. We get a Fed interest rate decision on January 29th, that Wednesday. So you have an FOMC on 28th, 29th. And then on Thursday, the 30th, you get GDP growth rate quarter over quarter advanced. And on Friday, the 31st, you get core PCE, that's biggie. Personal income month over month. Personal spending month over month. And on Monday, the 3rd, you get ISM manufacturing PMI. And on Tuesday, the 4th, you get JOLTS. So end of month big data. And that big data lasts into the 3rd. The 4th of February. So I would expect volume to come in on or wait for volume to come in until the 3rd or 4th of February, maybe the 5th. So there's a bunch of data coming in tightly in the end of the month. Not this upcoming week, but the following week. Okay, so that's all. That's what we have to look forward to. It's being Friday. I want to make sure you guys have some of this stuff at least on your plate and on your plate. In terms of Fed rate decision, Fed cuts, Fed pausing. I don't think that they know what they're going to do yet. I think, if you ask me like my opinion is on Trump, I think they're going to definitely wait to see what he proclaims on day one. I'm serious. You get like a flurry of activity the first week. There could be a cut. I don't think there's a cut. I don't think there's a hike or a cut. If you ask me as a trader what I think is going to happen, no cuts, no hikes. I don't think you're getting either just yet. But I think they're going to also be watching closely to see if Trump does anything crazy the first week of his presidency. Now, I don't think that he can. Maybe he can do some pen stuff. I think that would be the biggest risk, would be the pen stuff. But I still don't think that the House of Reps and the Senate can get shit done in a week. So if you had to ask me what my expectations are for the Fed meeting at the end of January, no cuts, no rate hikes either. I think that it's just pause. Tariffs not bullish. That's not true. He's dialing back most of what he said at this point. Tariffs are not negative on markets in and of itself. The talk about the tariffs he wants to do is negative on the market. I don't think you're going to see those tariffs or what he's promising. I don't think you're going to see those, or not, at least not right away. So even if you do get them, like he said, I don't think you're going to get them. I don't think you're going to get them right away. I think we have to worry about that farther down the road. Not right away. Some of you, I think this, right? He's going to come out swinging, and he's going to like. That's. I don't think it's going to happen like that. Besant, they brought in in my view, they brought in the crazies, right? They brought in the real crazy MAGAs, right? They brought in like RFK and shit like that. They bring in like people that shouldn't have security clearances, that kind of stuff. But then they brought some people in that I call them the gray suits, right? They're like, no, we ain't doing none of that shit. Even some of like the Ukraine stuff and Russia stuff. Besant yesterday said something in and around, we'll tariff the fuck out of Russian oil. There's more going on than meets the eye. The smell test isn't the smell test isn't there for me just yet. And I'm not a Trump supporter, and I'm telling you guys, like, he wrote a book in like the 80s. My dad had a copy of that fucking thing, and he's so like, oh God, he's like, he wants to be the guy that he wants to go down in history. He's so fucking it's not contrite. He's like, he's so fucking he's so fucking petty. He like wants to create a problem to solve so that his name is carved in stone forever, so that you can remember him. He hasn't had that moment yet. He wants that fucking moment badly, so he like creates everything is horrible to like say I fixed that. I don't know. It's like like Abe from Japan was the only Japanese or the only Asian president or prime PM that coddled Trump. Like in his first presidency, Trump was going to tariff the fuck out of Japan, and Abe was like, some presidents, let's hang out. You're fucking so smart and awesome. Let me suck you off a little bit. And like, he walked away with concessions to sell more fucking Toyotas in the U.S. This is true. This is really what happens. You go and you kiss the ring, and all of a sudden you're spared. So like, you got Tim Apple sucking the ring. You got fucking Zuckerberg sucking the ring. You got Musk sucking the ring. It's like, and even if we have tariffs, they're gonna be like, except for Apple, you know. I'm serious here. So trying to get out of this so you can see that going up here. Brought it down, trying to squeeze it back up. Dealers don't want to pay you. So be careful. Like, seriously, be honest with you, okay? If you're like a Democrat or Republican, or you're a bear trying to sell that sauce, it's all just words at this point. It's all it is. Words. It's just words. His own Homeland Security guy was like, we don't even have the money to remove these people, like immigration. He admitted it like 2 days ago. He's like, we don't have the fucking money to remove these people. He's like this isn't happening. His own guy was like, this ain't happening right now. So it could happen. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying right now it's just words. Take it for what it is, words. Yeah, I think Meta probably brutally dumped. There was whispers. I was reading whispers of people saying Meta was going to buy TikTok. I'm wondering if Meta dumped because this morning Biden said he was not going to enforce a TikTok ban. And Trump came out and said he met with Z on TikTok. And if you don't know this, right? Or how about this? Before today, I didn't think TikTok would actually shut down personally. I was like, I know they're saying it's going to shut down. Like, that's not going to shut down. I'm assuming that all these tech bros are telling Trump, hey, I'll buy TikTok. And I thought the heir apparent would most certainly be Zuckerberg. in Meta. And I heard some whispers in some circles of people in the tech industry that I'm friends with saying it's probably Meta, not X, not Musk. So maybe the deal was done without Meta. Why? Do you want to know why that? If you don't know why, I'll tell you why. So TikTok, why I don't think TikTok's going anywhere. Do you know why? TikTok's not going anywhere? My daughter came home from school during the election and was singing and dancing a Trump meme. And I said, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I'm doing this like Trump dance." And so her and all her friends showed me all the meme videos for Trump. Where are they? They're all on TikTok. There's like a huge, massive Trump campaign that went on for young people during the Trump presidential run. I never saw that shit, and the moment I saw it, I was like, "Oh my god, I got down the rabbit hole and see all this shit." If you're a MAGA supporter or a Trump supporter, it's gold. It's like diamonds. You've got young people dancing to Trump. You can't beat that. And you got Trump's a one-term president, then you got Vance or whoever the parents, people that are going to run the MAGA platform. If you're part of the MAGA platform, you don't want to see TikTok go away. Fuck national security. Our country's changed, right? We have lost all fucking decency in this country. Like, I don't think you see TikTok close. One way or another, that shit's going to stay alive. One form or another, one way or another. There is no fucking way. Or if he can stop it, he will. I should rephrase that. Whatever he can do to stop that, either by having an American tech company buy it or fucking stopping the ban, something's going to happen. And sure enough, this morning we're getting those reports, right? Biden's like, I ain't going to enforce this ban so that he can turn it around on me. You got Trump this morning saying that he met with Z or talked to Z. Back on that immigration stuff, too, Mexico and a bunch of other countries said that they tried to reach out to the Trump campaigners to start formulating a plan to remediate illegals to Mexico. It's like Mexico's like, how do we get these people back? All these illegals, and they haven't even reached out to them yet. They've rebuffed. They're thinking about a plan, right? They have a concept of a plan that they're thinking about, but there is no fucking plan at the moment. So I think we hit 605 today. You want to know what I think? I think we're hitting 605 by end of day. I think we're going to slam into that 6,000, but trade sideways, and they're going to ram it right up your ass at the close. You want to know the truth? You want my personal opinion what today is going to be? Get to 6,000, trade it sideways, park the bus, last few minutes, ram it high, 605. That's what I think they're going to do to you. Then bring it right back to the scene of the fucking crime. Scene of the crime. Scene of the crime, December 18th. It's either fucking right in the close or it's like Tuesday fucking morning, 9:30 a.m. Like Max Payne all the way down, Max Payne all the way up. Last fucking possible minute. Fuck every one of you. I was talking to my wife yesterday and trying to describe. So she's asking me questions. She's like, can you explain this and that to me? And I'm like, let me explain it to you easily. I'm gonna be like, so I was talking to her. I'm like, historically, heading into this December, last 2 weeks and the first week of January, more so, the payoff is in the first week of January. I go about 86% of the time right now. There's another holiday, well, the true holiday rally. I was like, that's a bet you don't not take. You take that bet every time. Even if you're wrong, you take that bet. And this is the hindsight trading stuff. It didn't It didn't happen this year, right? Well, the 14% of the time it didn't happen, but you still do it again next year. Does that make sense? When you get into these like seasonal trading and you get into this like year in, year out as a trader, you like one of the biggest dangers is hindsight trading. It's like a huge danger because you'll remember getting burned this year. I'll remember, and next year I'll be like, oh, fuck that, I ain't doing that. And I'll just watch the holiday rally rip faces off, right? You have to take that trade. You can't not take it. And it didn't pan out this year, did it? So I was describing to her that I wasn't the only one long. Whole market's fucking long on that trade, and they burned that fucking trade to the ground. So I was explaining to her how like you'll take something that's a sure thing, up or down doesn't really matter, and they'll max pain that fucker all the way down, and then they'll come back and hit that target at the last fucking minute. Because everybody was long, right? Or everybody was short. Everybody's long. This is what are you guys talking about? Bunch of dudes with wives left them. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, you can save that. You can save that Trump derangement shit for Wall Street bets. We're adults over here. We can do whatever the fuck we want here. Save this shit. This shit matters. Wall Street bets will tell you that the policy change doesn't affect the stock market. It fucking affects the stock market. You fucking probably been trading for like 2 years. He fucking moves the stock market. You go keep trading without trading that this year. You're gonna get smoked the fuck out of the market.
So Trump names Colwell and Nordquist to National Economic Council.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of call spreads. I got calls too, but my calls are dead. They're for like 610, 625, shit like that. My call spreads though are wider. They're from 6,000 and higher. Woo, 597.58, baby. There we go. Bam, 11 o'clock.
Trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
R4 right here. Bring that over for you.
Real-time service.
Yeah, she's like, what's max pain? I'm like, oh, it ain't fun. This is not fun going through it. Like, as you watch your shit just burn. Sometimes they come back, though. I've had trades that come back on Opex in print, so we'll see how today goes. I've had losing call spreads that will print like last 15 minutes of Opex Friday. Like right into the bell. Whoop. Get a print. Catch print. You like my tone when I talk about Trump? I try to be as objective as possible. I'm not taking either side here. I got my Wall Street hat on, not my fucking liberal or fucking conservative hat. You should see when I go to like the family outings and shit. Because I start flipping the hats around, right? And I get like family members going, don't trust him, he's a liberal. He just said he's a nationalist, though. I constantly trash him. No, I don't. Do I beat him over to you saying I trash him all the time? Or is it just because I'm laughing all the time at the comedy of it all? It's worse than Manhattan. I got a lot of conservative friends. We talk like this all the time behind the scenes. It's depressing. Yeah, I don't think it's too depressing. I think you got to get off the screens if it's depressing at this point. And turn the socials off. Oh, the fact that your choices are for Trump or Kamala is depressing. Yeah. The thing that sucks right now to me is I was reading this book about complexity and difference between complexity and what is it called? It's complex and complicated things. Difference between things that are complicated and complex. Media, I find media to be like that right now. Social media, news, social media. I don't care what it is. It's like information overload, right, all over the place. Hard to. It's tiring, right? I don't pay too much attention to the I don't spend a lot of time on, like, I'll read the blurb and the headline and stuff, but I don't go down the rabbit holes anymore with all that stuff. It's almost like it's obfuscation at a mass scale, right? It's like, wait a minute, where are we at right now? Who's on first? What's on second? What's on third? We used to get our news like, no matter what it was like, there's your two news sources or whatever, and whatever propaganda you were getting, it was pretty consistent, right, across the board. Now it's like a fucking mess. People telling you that like nicotine is good for you on Twitter this week. I was like, this is insano. Like, going full insane right now. I'm gonna make the argument for why nicotine is good for you. Okay. Cloudy with a chance of more cloudy. Okay, racing towards 598.49. What else do we have here? So you guys got all your stuff on Gamma. You got all your stuff on. You see where all the traditional charting is. You see where all the Elliott wave. You guys want me to talk about Elliott wave with you guys? So we did the traditional charting earlier, or I showed you traditional charting earlier. Showed you guys Gamma earlier. Showed you guys traditional pivots earlier. You guys want to see Gamma maybe, or not Gamma? You guys, I haven't shown you Elliott wave counts and all that kind of stuff for today. We could do that if you want to. Where Elliott wave thinks we're going for today. Fibonacci. I think I looked at Fibonacci for just a quick moment, didn't I? Take a peek and see where the eraser gang is at today. They're erasering right now. $597.57. Let's take a look at, hang tight here. Spy triggers. Yes. Or one hour. ES getting blown out, or not ES, Elliott wave getting blown out of the water this morning. They have us going down too right now. LA waivers have us rolling, but we're blowing out those expectations right now. So they're going to erase everything and look for a back test and higher probably. Can I add Apple to the screen? Sure. Yeah, hold on here. I'll add Apple. Let me take. Sorry, I'm not showing you guys. I don't have the charts rotating yet either. Here's Apple. Oh, nope. So you guys, let's talk about Apple too. I went over Apple the other day. And remember, 2 days ago, I told you that the expectation was to go lower. Told you no, it's going to go up. So I still see this upside move before more down. I do see more downside move, but on Apple, I think we do get maybe not that high. A little bit. How about a little bit lower, right there? I'm being a little aggressive here. Well, this is to do that sweep. I'm a little more bearish on Apple over here. I was looking at other tickers to see if they would compensate for Apple. In here, I don't like this daily trigger. Right here, I don't like that. Like down, then back up to come around. But I do see an upside move here on Apple. There can be an argument made too, and the reason I'm saying this about Apple is because of this down move right here. They didn't have that correction, so I'd like to buy Apple lower, 215.31 somewhere in here. I don't know if we're gonna get it though, or if it's gonna take time. And then a bigger move here into April. Big monster move into April. Resolves to 280. There could be an argument made that it's just going to go up. But I would really like to see some... Maybe April is that down move. I got it here in March. On. So this is March here. We could move this... Like this is, say, that VIX... That like VIX, I showed you that VIX earlier. So there's that like late March, early April, mid-April, late April. Like VIX starts ramping and then this comes down. So here's Apple. Let's look on a 30-minute basis on Apple and see if any of this makes sense still. Hang tight there, Jimmy. See, Jimmy, this is Apple. This is my fear on Apple. I don't fucking like this daily velocity right here. See this? It's like losing velo. It doesn't mean we can't squeeze higher. It doesn't mean we can't squeeze higher here. But this daily velocity is sketching me out. Price can go up against this daily velocity on a daily basis. Weekly velocity is also scaring the fuck out of me. It's just like SPY. It's just like SPY. See this zero line right here? It's not necessarily bearish, but if we begin to make this downside move here, that's where I get scared. Like for April at least. On higher frames, brother. I'll leave this one up for you, okay? $40 there. There you go. There's Apple. What happened there? Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on, guys. I fucked something up here. I gotta unmute this stuff here. It carries over from scene to scene. Apologize for that. There we go. We're back to normal again. Here's Apple. I'll put the screens on revolving for you. I'll bring up IWM2 for you. There, nice, beautiful squeeze on IWM. Hit the target at 227. I have an expectation of us rolling from that. This is IWM. Yeah. I turned the rotators on so you can see them all. Let me kind of clean this up here. SPX, DIA, RQs, DIA, Apple, and then VIX 9-day, Dixie, TNX, and HYG. We will also bring up one more here. TLT keeps rallying too. TLT attempting, this is TLT. TLT coming into resistance on its daily trigger. Hourly trigger making a run for it. Looking a lot like Apple. Leave that one up for you too. See if I got anything else here for you. We'll just check news really quick. Well, the banks are really sucking each other off right now, huh? With all this deregulation talk and M&A talk about Trump, like banks are like full on sucking each other off right now. It's been a week full of news. It's like extreme bullishness out of the banks. What else do we have for news? I'm not going to read this bank news to you. I'll read some of it to you. So we have more banks are really sucking each other off. Mostly this has to do with Trump again, right? B of A CEO Brian Moynihan in a CNBC interview saying the company expects a 5 to 7% growth rate in net interest income this next year. That's rate increases, right? Because inflation goes up because we're spending money. Loans are outpacing the industry. Cut loans. That means the economy is good, right? Loans are outpacing the industry. Customers are expecting more M&As when Trump administration comes in. Scott Bessent did well in his hearing today. U.S. needs to curb debt growth rate. Bonds keep rallying from oversold levels. And 10-year note yields fall. Let's look at this really quick. See what the bond. Ooh, this is good to see. So if you're a bond boy, if you're your own little bond vigilante out there, this is CTA positioning for bonds, bond market. Double bottom here for CTAs, looking like they want to get busy again. So like TLT buyers, they're stepping back in again. So TLT CTAs looking a little juicy here. So if you're a bond bull, look for a pullback to buy. There is one thing to say about that, which is on TLT. This is resistance is up here at the daily trigger. and they had initial sell off that daily trigger. You want to be paying very close attention to if bonds can hold the hourly trigger, begin to get that hourly trigger up to the daily trigger, and this could act as a nice propellant for bonds to squeeze, 30-year bonds. Keep an eye on TLT. What else do we have here? For news. From Trump, I already told you he's discussing TikTok with Z. China's Z is in a phone call with Trump. We both place great importance on our interactions and hope for a positive start to China-U.S. relations during a new presidential term. Talk more about that later. The essence of U.S.-China or of China-U.S. economic and trade relations is mutual benefit and win-win. Confrontation and conflict should not be our choice. That's a loaded question, or that's a loaded statement from Z this morning. The two leaders agreed to establish strategic channels of communication and maintain regular contact on major issues of common interest to the two countries. Just a note here that China is openly building landing craft to invade Taiwan right now. They know the U.S. can see these landing craft being built. So that's a loaded statement from him. They're probably building this stuff publicly too, to say to the U.S. right, we mean business on Taiwan. What else we have here? Trump names Caldwell and Nordquist to National Economic Council. SPOO's trading 598.09. Sellers unable to get underneath the 5-minute trigger, trading higher now to R4.
So the Bank of Canada says the Governing Council agreed that the bar for using exceptional monetary policy tools should remain very high. It is also improving its forecasting tools and has started to work on new generation of economic models. New models will distinguish between inflation that comes from higher demand and inflation that comes from higher input costs. Bank of Canada says its own analysis indicates its policy actions, including quantitative easing, did not on their own push inflation significantly above 2%. In the future, extraordinary forward guidance could be more clearly tied to the inflation outlook and emphasized more in communications. In the future, it could be clearer about limited circumstances under which it would conduct large-scale asset purchases in a time of crisis.
Rio Tinto, Glencore discussed mining's biggest ever merger. Rio Tinto and Glencore have held early stage talks about combining their businesses to create a behemoth. This is back to that M&A thing and deregulation thing with policy. We also know that Rio Tinto and Glencore was a subject of or topic of discussion amongst GS and JPM in some of their outlooks for 2025. Rio Tinto, Glencore have held early stage talks about combining their businesses to create a behemoth to rival long-standing industry titan BHP Group. Bloomberg reports the discussions took place as recently as late last year, but are not currently active, according to people familiar with the matter, who asked not to be identified, discussing private information. Commenting on the possibility of Glen Tinto, UBS Miles Alsop saying, big synergies and limited competition issues, but wrong commodities for Rio and culture clash. Here's another one here. U.S. retail clients step up pharma purchases. UBS's retail market-making clients invested $138 million on Thursday on light volumes. that were down 23% versus this year's average. There have been moderate inflows across both single stock equities and U.S. Treasuries and tech-based ETFs to start 2025. On the single stock front, pharma has been the largest contributor to inflows as the group was sold very heavily following the U.S. elections in November, and retail investors are now heavily stepping back into the group in 2025, led by Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson. We'll talk about, I've got a pick for you here I want to talk about in just a moment. Also a note, we've got volatility control funds have puked equities over the past month. I showed you that vol control funds earlier this morning, and how they can turn to the upside if we get above 6,000 to be supportive. Volatility control, this is from Sell-Side Charlie. Volatility control funds have puked equities over the past month. Nomura estimates these punters have sold $105 billion worth of equities. Let volatilities calm down and volatility control funds will become motivated buyers sooner than later. That was just a few moments ago from Nomura. So his point, or Nomura's point here, though, is that we have to get above 6,000 for that to happen. I'll post that in the Discord for you here in just a moment. Let me get in the Discord really quick here. That just popped up just a few moments ago. What else do we have here? That was from BBG. I don't see anything else here. Trump saying, I just spoke to Chairman Z. The call was very good for both China and the USA. It is my expectation that we will solve many problems together and starting immediately. We discussed balancing trade, Fent, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Z and I will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe. On that pharma trade, I was looking at a ticker yesterday, ASNS. I'll take a look at that trade next. Actelis Networks. They've been up the past couple days here. Let me get rid of this pivots. SPOO's climbing higher. I'm going to mute the chat box for just a minute on you guys. I apologize. While SPOO's runs higher here into R4. Just check SPX. Just a note here on SPX. SPX is hammering out a current bottom on 6,000. I'm going to post this on Discord or on Twitter. Next major gamma 6050. Right up here. Bitcoin cranking. Jesus Christ. Putin with the fucking threats. Putin, Russia may supply Iran with up to 55 BCMs of year of gas. Oh, okay. I thought that was gas, like the gas people. There's a lot of talk here in the background going on because Besant yesterday was talking about Besant like pretty much told the truth. He's like, we can shut Russia down today if we want to. He's like, if Trump gives the word, he's like, we'll shut those fuckers down in 2 minutes. Russian inflation came back yesterday to like 9% too. So you know the people are not happy in Russia with a 9% rate of inflation right now. Oh shit, that wasn't oops, my bad. Oh, nice. Nice. Jump to present. Wish upon a star. Wonder where you are. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Ooh. All these moves in pre-markets and after hours. Oh, a lot more to go up there. Where's that? Oh. 6080 on Futes. On Globex. 6080. That's where that bar is up there. Any other sneaky peep bars up there? Oh. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, daddy. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. 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 What's that? It's a big old, what's that? What's that sneakies up there? What's all that stuff? Mm. It ain't going down. It's going up. I'm with you, Ted the Shark. It's going up. What else we got? Okay, so I'm trying to make my way through the news here. Get out of that. Over there. I don't want to look at that right now. I was reading through the JPM expectations. Just take a note here. See this bottom piece right here? This SPX gamma. This is resistance, trying to turn this into support. You can take a peek at that down there. And I want you to see that 1103. This is the 6,000 gamma bar right here. Don't want to lose this, okay? Do not want to lose that. Bottom right-hand screen down here. We're going to look at a ticker. AS. Why are these things? Why is this shit not rotating? Look, it's supposed to be rotating and it's not. Okay, so this is ASNS. Actelis Networks, communication equipment, spec growth, tech. Right? We talk about. We're always talking about like trades for 2025, and if you can't beat the S&P 500 or Qs, why bother buying anything else? Hey, give me a second here. It's kind of funny. There's like an AI thing that's saying that saying this business does not exist. It does exist. But we talk about the phased AI trade. Okay? Phased AI trade. And companies for a late bull market, how do you get into an AI trade that outperforms, right? Coming to R4 right now. Please buckle your seatbelts at 598.49. So this how you spell the name for this company is ACTELIS. They're based out of Fremont, California. I'll give you a quick description of what this company does, so we don't look like that guy on CNBC. It says here. Let me see if I can read. Let me see if I can get the best description here. Actelis' new MetaShield asset intelligence threat management solution is an AI-powered, cloud-hosted cybersecurity platform that addresses The growing need for proactive integrated cybersecurity and operational continuity management solutions within IoT and critical infrastructure networks. So there it is. Now, their ticker symbol is ASNS. Alpha Sierra November Sierra. Okay. What I want you to do is, here, I'll get you a couple things here. We'll do it here. Hold on. 92%. Give me a second here. I'll plug some links in for you guys. Now, normally, don't at me about doing this right now, okay? Don't yell at me. You guys yell at me all day long. Fucking always yelling at me. AS. I hope we don't come back and say that ASNS trade sucked cap. I don't think it does, but what I'm saying don't yell at me is because I'm going to bring up a frequently, and even I don't like these companies personally. Seeking Alpha in particular. I don't like them, but they do have some good free shit. ASNS. They do give some good reports on what the fuck is going on here.
And Trump says he needs time to review the TikTok situation.
The TikTok situation? I love it. The TikTok situation. I'm going to post a link to this Seeking Alpha that reviews its fundamentals for you in the Discord. The ticker symbol is ASNS. I'm going to give you a couple links to this one I kind of like better. This is stockanalysis.com. I like to use, there's a couple, we'll talk about this here. We're going to talk about some rules here with these tickers. So, number one, can't beat the S&P 500 or beat Qs, then don't fucking bother, right? The only way you can really beat those indexes is if you're, like picking a blue chipper that is trading counter, let's say, to the rest of the market. Let's say one Mag 7 is fucking bleeding out and the other Mag 7s are with the market in the bull market, right? So you wait for a bottom on that one that's underperforming. You jump on that, you can make some decent money, right? Outperform the market. Another way to outperform the market would be spec growth in bull markets. Not easy to pick them. It's very, very difficult to pick them. And normally you're trying to buy a bottom after consolidation. If you're looking, if any of you guys subscribe to accumulation and distribution theories and stuff like that. Now, one of the benefits of today is that IPOs tend to be rung up before we ever get to the launch of a ticker, right? So you'll see a ticker that should be opening at $1 or something, or $4 or $5, get run up to $150, and they just sell into people, right? Just like selling into people, and then they bring it back to reality. There's a good thing about that because you're like, see a stock open high, and you go, "Oh fuck no, that shit's going to zero," and then we'll look at it again in the future. This is one of those stocks, ASNS. They're an AI stock. They've underperformed since IPO. The ticker is right here. I don't know why the fuck none of these. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I get it. I get why it's not happening now. Okay, so this is ASNS. Okay, when they. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, sexy. When they IPO'd. They IPO'd on May 17th, 2022. They went to $39.51, and the usual shit happened to them. They got fucking sold right into. They had a low in this company of 32 cents. And they got the nipple forming down there, right? We talk about the nipple, the inverse head and shoulders. You can see it clear as fucking day over here, right down there. And they had another dip buy down here again. There was a wick down here that got filled. If you look at the links that I posted for you in the Discord, it talks about that they have trading right now R4 598.49. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Rub it. Oh, yeah. This company makes real products. They're not telling you they're going to make something in 5 or 10 years. They're not telling you that they're going to do this and do that. They have something that they bring actual revenue in. If you check their fundamentals, they're fucking beautiful. They're amazing fundamentals. ASNS. Now, they're a little weak this morning, but we're going to talk about them really quickly here because they have some cool stuff coming on. So on a daily basis, they don't have a lot of track record, track history, but I want to show you this in particular. On a monthly basis, they've bottomed. There's accumulation that's been going on since September over here. September of 2024, it's been being accumulated. Now, weekly is still bearish on this ticker, but it looks like there's some confirmation of market makers reaccumulating this stock. On a 30-minute basis, daily 30-minute basis, that's a little long in the tooth right now. I'd like to buy it on a low of daily velocity. This one we're going to add to our stock picks, our indexes. We'll take a look at those and show you how well those performed the past 2 years. They're fucking stupid, up 600%, 600, 600, 300, 400, insano, right? SPOO's now breaking above R4, trading 598.49 right now. R4 tag. Looking for R5 next at 599.83. Big giant air gap to the upside. So ASNS. Now, some fascinating stuff about this company. Let's think. I want you to think about. I was talking to you about the other day about American Airlines, and that conversation I had with somebody privately, and they were like, "Do I want to buy GME or American Airlines?" And we're coming into a time of deregulation and a time of mergers and acquisitions and a lot of struggle within the airline industry. And here's another ticker here. This is an AI ticker. And now there's a few things to note about this. It's trading very low. So if you buy it, it's going to go down. Okay. I just want you to know that. So you want to be buying it after somebody else that buys it when it turns. It's very volatile, this stock. But let's talk about this stock versus like a GME or an AMC or something like that. This fucking stock went up, right? This fucking stock squeezed 1,280 fucking % recently. Back in June of 2024, it squeezed 1,200 fucking %. This is a low cost stonk. If you work at fucking Wendy's, you can afford this fucking stock. You can stop paying your OnlyFans, what do you call it, thought girlfriend once a week and fucking slip in fucking $10 or $5 and buy this piece of shit. Remember we had this conversation about Fubo, right? Fubo went to 6. Fubo was at $1.40 when we talked about it. We didn't talk about it again. I'm not going to talk about this stock again because I get in trouble talking about it, right? It's less than its market cap is lower than $1.50. So I'm going to talk about the stock once, and that's it. ASNS. This is a legitimate company, not a bullshit company, not a company that doesn't have a plan yet. What I want to show you specifically about this stonk is where the buyers are. They're all down around $1, and they're all down around 38 cents. there's also a turning up happening right now. I'm going to bring you down here really quickly to show you this. See how this daily trigger crossed the weekly trigger right here, here, and here? That's when it went up. Stupid. Went up like 1,200%. And there's a declining wedge going on here too, if you want to see it here. Big old wedge going on down here. And we have a monthly trigger coming down that's turning bullish. See it right here? If you've got triggers in Velo, you'll note that this is weak. This is saying, Velo on monthly is saying that price can squeeze above and break above monthly. I don't know how long it takes, but you get this daily you get this monthly velocity coming down and getting weaker. Could see a turn to the upside. And the last time it spiked, it traded $6.50 from 32 cents, which is fucking monster. This thing, if it were to break above its monthly, that's $11 up here, and it traded 29, I think. Traded $39. And this company makes real shit. So what I would say to you is, not that I think you should buy this stock. I don't think you should buy it. But what I would say to you would be, start looking into this company. So I've got some rules on these picks that I talk about. Number one, these picks are, I'm going to turn this off now. We're going to talk about picks. Don't ever fall in love with these companies, okay? Ever. They're spec growth for a reason. If you are going to trade them, though, make sure that their fundamentals are clean, like they're making shit. You might think to yourself, like, what about Tesla? You know, we're not trading, 20, 30 stocks waiting for one to go moon, right? If you're going to do spec growth in reality as a trader making consistent money, you want good fundamentals. On these companies, you want them to have sold down to fucking zero, even though their reports and guidance is outstanding. You don't want all the bad shit. You want this to be the easy button. You don't want to be catching a knife on the way down either. You want to be waiting for that consolidation curve where you're seeing accumulation going on from market makers. They write the future story. Why? Because they go out and beat the streets. They literally go and find out what these companies are doing. They literally find a guy or a gal that works in the company, gets them shit-faced and coked out of their minds in a bar and says, how good is it? And then they go and they start buying it. They even write bad articles or pay for bad articles for it to go to zero, right? And then they start accumulating this shit, and then they pump the fuck out of it. So this company in particular, I want you to first do your due diligence. You go to your websites and look at their fundamentals, right? Then take a look at their technicals. Just easy stuff. Is it bottoming? Is it being accumulated? It's been parked down there forever. They just keep buying it, buying it, buying it. Next thing you do is you go to like a stock twits. Find out what the sentiment is on that ticker. Don't go in there and talk to those fucking people unless you want to ask them questions. Don't fucking go to stock twits every week. Don't drink the fucking ASNS Kool-Aid. These are spec growth companies. You can't forget that. Drop them like a bad habit. And this stock ticker might not come down to a buy zone for you. You might not get a buy where you should be buying it, $1.38. So you snap a line on $1.38. If it comes to you, it's in your basket of shit that you can buy, right? If it runs away from you, fuck it, you missed it. But if you have a basket of 100 of these, 1,000 of these, and one of these things fundamentals, or one of these things triggers on the downside, and you're like, hey, what's the market environment right now? Why is everything down, right? Are we coming into a bottom in the market? Let's go check the news on this company. Did they report something bad, or is it just like market conditions? Nothing looks bad. Maybe we start accumulating down there. So ASNS. If you can print, 38 cents and a buck, maybe get in there for 60, and you can print $6, $8, $20, $40 over the next year or two. That's some serious fucking coin. And it's cheap. We're not talking about buying fucking spreads or calls or any of that, zero dates. Just owning this company. So ASNS is the pick. ASNS. Alpha Sierra November Sierra. ASNS. Keep that one on your radar for the upcoming year. Volatility here as we break above R4, looking to see if we can hold and trade the next level. We'll raise this up. That's your gamma bar. We'll snap another line down here and see if we can catch another ride higher. Right here. See if we can hold this green bar right here. $12 p.m. ASNS. Please don't think that this is I'm telling you to buy this company. I'm just letting you know about this company. Do your own research. Consult a licensed stock market professional. Prepare for a major correction. CMT stockcharts.com. What else we got here? Trump also saying now, my decision on TikTok will be made in the not too distant future. He says, I need more time to review the TikTok situation. There is someone out here saying, Punchbowl saying, what the fuck did they say about this here? Mel Gibson is going to be oh God, okay. What did I see here? Hold on here. I saw something here. Where the fuck is the shit on TikTok that I saw earlier? Incoming Secretary of State Mark Rubio suggested Trump may trigger the 90-day extension of TikTok ban despite the law indicating that the extension would have to be done within the period that ends Sunday. He has the authority to waive it for 90 days. Yeah, but Biden also said he's not going to enforce the ban. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of gray area there. Fucking Democrats are like a wet paper bag, can't fight them way out of anything. How much confidence are you putting on this? You guys, if you guys looked at any of my picks the last 2 years, they're fucking through the moon. You guys, these picks that I make are because I have a program that I run that it has to hit certain metrics. Like it has to hit every fucking metric to pop up on my screener. Like it has to hit every sexy metric, every single one of them. You guys haven't checked, like, we picked like Duolingo. Like, we picked stupid picks. We've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years publicly, and the picks are insane. They print like stupid. You just buy them and don't look at them. Well, not don't look at them. What I do is I buy them and then I snap a line where I want to take the money. And I set an alert to my phone, and then because I can't do an upside sell side that high, I'll get kicked out of the sell order. So I do alerts to my phone. If you guys ever do that, I got a bunch of rules in this stuff. Like, I prefer buy and hold in these tickers. I prefer to not chase price. I prefer to like buy the lows, and if I don't get a chance to buy them, I don't buy them. I prefer a large basket of these things, and then I can't put a sell side stop in the top. So if I miss it or forget it, I set an alert that like on TradingView that goes to my phone, and then I sell it at that whatever that point is that I want to sell. So I want that ticker to trade. Personally, I want to see it trade like $80 or something, but I don't know if it'll get there. That would take like 6 or 10 or something like that. I keep them all. So I have a whole. I'll show them to you today. If we have a chance today, I'll show them to you guys. Every pick for the past 2 years. We blew the market out. We blew the fucking market out. Stupid. And some of them are turning up right now. They're in the yearly expectations, the ones that are just starting to turn up, but the rest of them, like almost all of them, have mooned stupidly. So we're looking for those last bunch of tickers for 2025 for the last of the bull market. Last phase, AI implementation, spec growth, that kind of stuff. They're fixated on down because the bears are fixated on down for 2 reasons. Elliott Wave is calling for a major roll to the downside before the huge leg up. And the second reason is because of the window of weakness. I'm going to assume that these guys are, I'm just assuming here. So I could be wrong. I'm going to assume that fucking Spot Gamma put something out this week. I don't track SpotGam anymore, but I'm assuming they put something out saying there's a window of weakness coming up this Friday. Market's going to crash, trade 70 or 61 or something like that. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed they said that. Guaranteed that they're saying that that's going to happen. Window of weakness works both ways, doesn't it? It's more like a window of movement. It should be rephrased to or price becomes free to move. Window of freedom, maybe be better. Window of freedom. Doesn't necessarily mean downside. I'm gonna assume those two parties are screaming. The window of weakness crowd and the window of in the eraser gang for sure are screaming right now. 100% they're screaming. Guaranteed. Elliott Wave right now is saying this is just an extension higher. Don't worry, we're going to roll down here shortly. 100%, that's what they're saying right now. Yeah, Elliott Wave says that we roll down to like 70 or 61, then we trade 625. Those hopes are fading, right? If you're an Elliott Waver out there, you're now looking for like hope to close the gap lower, then to make the move to 625, I would assume. I like Elliott Wave. I'm not shitting on Elliott Wave either, or the window of weakness. I just know I try to know where everybody is. Try to know where's ICT, where's Gamma, where's Elliott Wavers, where's traditional chartists, where's velocity, where's triggers, where's all this shit? Like, where's everybody at? Who's on first? Who's on third? What else we got here? That's who's getting squeezed right now, right? That's why we're squeezing. Plans are underway to potentially move the inauguration indoors due to frigid temperatures expected here in Washington. No final decision has been made. Wasn't the last inauguration cold as fuck too? Or wasn't Trump's last? Was it? I don't know if it was Biden's. I think it was Trump's last inauguration was cold as fuck too. They say it's going to be the coldest inauguration on record. There's whispers of possibly moving the inauguration indoors. That would help with security too. I would be pro that. Moving the inauguration indoors. It'd be a good excuse to move it indoors. And it'll make it look like a good crowd, like a big crowd. Some whispers of that going on. Yeah, I'm with you, 45. 100%, brother. I'm with you. The drone threat. That shit scares the fuck out of me, bro. Like the drone. I don't want to say that shit publicly. 45 forever. Like the drone shit. And then the DJI fencing came down this week. Did you guys see that shit? They didn't want to be held liable for that shit. I was like, why? I was like, you don't want to be held liable for the geofencing not working on DJI drones?
Treasury yield
Coincidentally,
higher 10-year yield last up 1 basis points at 4 spots.
Drones are dangerous as fuck, man. Like, come on, man. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody's got to be aware of that shit. Like Black Mirror coming true, right? I'm with you, 45 forever. You don't want to say that. You don't want to say it publicly, but it's like, oh man. The thing, I'll say one more thing on this 45 forever. The thing that really fucking scared me was, I like to see protests. And not seeing any protests after this election, I was like, oh man. I was like, that's not good. I checked some of the subreddits, the crazier subreddits, the crazier like Antifa subreddits. They went fucking dark after the election. I was like, oh god, that's not good. I want to see him out in the streets protesting. Yeah. 100%. I think 45 forever. He's an ex Air Force pilot, I think, or Navy pilot. Like, do you remember when you're in the military, man, and like the shit that you read in the news is nothing what's really going on? Like it's like fucking complete opposite of what you're reading in the news. Yeah, dude, I'm with you, brother. I don't fucking believe anything that I read. I think it's the opposite. Yeah, brother. I would see, dude. I would watch that shit on fucking in the DFAC for fucking AFN fucking TV. I'd be like, I'm right here as this is going on, and they're telling you something that is fucking the complete opposite, like 100 fucking % opposite. Oh baby, R5, baby, we're doing up there, R5. What's going on up there, R5? Well, all right, what else are we doing here? It's Friday. Friday's good. We are going into a long weekend celebrating Martin Luther King holiday. Republicans get to celebrate the inauguration. Congratulations to your win. 3-day weekend. I think if I can, we're gonna try to roll out the yearly expectation this weekend, and having it's being reviewed right now for my fucking horrible, or it's being edited, I should say, right now. if I can get it out to you over the weekend, I'm going to try to do a quick live stream, a private stream for you, so we can review it together. Maybe Monday might be a good time for that. I'll try to watch the inauguration Monday as well, and if I can, I'll try to put together some kind of a private live stream for the yearly expectations. It was a lot of work, and I don't have a lot of free time from streaming. And I did ask for some help on it in the background, and it didn't get done to my expectations, so I had to do it myself. So that should be releasing this weekend. So that's some more news for you heading into the long weekend here. I will record that stream too for you if you're a member in the Discord. If you've got other plans and shit like that, I usually pull private streams down permanently. I will save that private stream and post it on the website for you if I can, or a link to it on the website permanently, so that you have access to it throughout the course of the year. And we'll review it as the year goes on and stuff like that, and see where we are, and what did not work, and what happens when that happens. I love you, Brad. Private stream, what I'll do is, if I can get a private stream up on Monday, I'll do an @everybody on Discord. So you should get pinged on your phone with a link to the stream, and then you'll be able to watch it. It's just a private link to a live stream. By the way, we have a Discord. We have a website. I don't self-promote at all. When I win, I don't self-promote. I actually talk more about my losses than my wins. But we do have a website called tradethetrigger.com. We have a Discord. I think that we have tools on there and shit like that, but I think the heart of what we do here is the Discord, the community that we have in our Discord. Our Discord's kick-ass. We have real gangsters. We have real pros in there, like not fucking around. Our shit's badass. And our community to me was worth more than anything in the world. So these are my real friends. I don't have any I got a couple real friends in real life, but I spend all my time with you guys. So our Discord is not only that, but our Discord also has a lot of data dumped into it that you can't find anywhere. Bloomberg terminal, that's about it. From our membership. And we also, another cool aspect to our Discord is we have premium tools in there from Gamma, BBBot. We have premium tools from Traditix and from Unusual Whales that we pay for, that you can use all day long for any information that you need. I think we have an option to just a la carte sign up for the Discord. So if you're like, yeah, fuck you, Cap, and what you do, just that alone is worth the price for the Discord. Just using the tools. You don't even have to be a part of the Discord. Just use those tools. It's worth every dollar. I think it's $18, or maybe, I don't know if it's 18 or 20 or 30 or something. Maybe it's $28 for the whole year, or per month if you sign up for the year. But it's dirt fucking cheap. And I've been a member of a lot of Discords. I've been a member of like the boiler room Discords where they're pumping and dumping stocks, and like the owner tells people what it's going to be, and or their mentor or whatever, their admins, then their moderators, and then they tell their people, and their people go out and tell everybody else. They pump it up. We don't do any of that shit in our Discords. We have different channels. We got like entry level channels, then we have pro channels and stuff like that. So it's a cool Discord. If you ever want to check it out or try it out. If you don't like it, just ask for a refund. I'll give you a refund. It's a pretty cool community. So if you ever want to join it or try it, please do. What else? I think I got everything so far. I think I got everything out for the morning that I need to get out for Friday and for the weekend. I'm going to take a quick break here, just a really fast break. Been sitting in the chair here for a little while before the show too. This morning I was sitting here. So I've been sitting in the chair for like 3 or 4 hours. I got to get up and lift some weights really quick and go to the bathroom.
Of global challenges and expectations for BWI's response.
Take a quick break. If you want to have an update, it's where we expect us to go from here. We've got that R5 looming to the upside. Remember that you get like vol control gang, 12:30 and 1 p.m. Right? This is kind of where it happens. The magic happens right in here, if there is going to be any magic. So let's just quick look right here. Something like this. Whoop, try to get up there by 1 if we can, 1:30 maybe even. Try to get up there, trade that 600. Now, saying that, all right, hold on, I gotta go over here and fix this. So it's rotating. Saying that, just watch this close. It's SPX gamma here, right? Sometimes you'll see with gamma's a finicky thing. I want to show you some stuff with gamma here. So see how you like break above gamma? This was a gamma bar, and then it's like slam you down, then back up. That we have a tendency to do that on gamma bars when we slam into them. So we just slammed into one right here. Right, slam above, and you're thinking, yeah, it's just gonna stop here, and we're gonna go higher. Sometimes that doesn't happen, right? Like slam through it, whoop, right back up again. To get where you need to go, so just be conscious of that on gamma. The resistance was at 6,000, trying to turn it into some kind of intraday support. So pay close attention. Like if you're trying to be a buyer here into that 1 o'clock, it's okay to be down here with your catcher's mitt to get up there. Whoop, we're now flipping bars in here. Sorry about that. So I'll leave this up for you while I take a quick break, just like this, so you can watch it. Go back to the main screen right here, and I'm going to bring the chat box back up. And did I take those? I'm right. Okay, we're all good. Main screen. Okay, so the chat's back up on the main screen. I'll put this back on rotating so it rotates through, but I want you to, if you got the target to the upside right there, keep your eyes on a sweep lower. I personally don't like the idea, maybe a wick here, but I personally don't like the idea of sweeping below this 59.80, this green one right here. And also keep an eye on the 1 minute trigger. It's flattening out right now. This is bearish for a few moments here. And you don't want to get trapped inside of any kind of a bear plane. So keep your eyes on this 5 minute trigger and this 1 minute trigger. You don't want to get caught in a cross. Start going lower. There's that 600 gamma down here, and 59.80 is this R3 right here at 59.711 on SPY. So worst case scenario, something like that.
So at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect the text release for Bank of England's Governor Bailey.
I'll be right back with you guys.
1 minute till we get the text release. So the CBO forecasts US public debt at 99.9% of GDP in 2025, rising to 118.5% in fiscal year 2035, based on current laws. Forecast fiscal year 2025 deficit at 6.2% of GDP versus 6.4% in fiscal year 2024, with 5.8% average for fiscal year 2026 to 2035. 2025 deficit is $73 billion lower than in June estimate. 2026 deficit forecast at $1.713 trillion versus $1.851 trillion in June. Forecast cumulative 2026 to 2035 deficit at $21.758 trillion versus June deficit forecast of $22.083 trillion for 2025 to 2034. CBO forecasts US real GDP growth at 1.9% in 2025 versus June forecast of 2% and 1.9% average for 2024 to 2034. Forecast 10-year US Treasury yields at 4.1% in 2025 and 3.9% average for 2024 to 2034. And forecasts 2025 US budget deficit at $1.865 trillion versus $1.832 trillion for 2024 deficit.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So Bailey's speech has been released, and we'll get that up to you as soon as we can. And we have posted that speech out on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Just seeing nothing about that monetary policy here. Bailey says we need to lay out risks with prominence. According to Politico, Trump had meant to convene Quad foreign ministers on Tuesday. So from the article, the Quad Alliance is to meet Japan, India, and Australia on Tuesday. According to 4 people familiar with the planning, it was also put out earlier in an Indian newspaper that they were going to be holding a Quad meeting.
Are you guys having problems with the stream right now? Jared, you're having a problem with the stream? I just got caught on my fucking weight bench. I almost I had my fucking bar came down on my chest because I fucked up my try reloading the yeah, you know what I did was I fucking I was lifting alone. I was just out there lifting just now. The hooks for the bar, I usually have like a wire that holds them in place, a safety wire behind it, and they were unclipped. So when I lifted the fucking bar up, the hanger that holds the actual bar flipped off the posts. I just had to bring it down on my chest and roll it off me. Yeah. But it's like there's like you've got like the I don't know, like the thing that holds the bar, right? Not the post, but the thing that comes off it holds the bar has a wire, like a wire that you flip behind the bar or behind the post that locks it in place because it's adjustable. The height on it's adjustable. The fucking things weren't done. I wasn't paying attention. I pulled the bar off, and it grabbed the clips and pulled and ripped the fucking things off. I was over there just like 5 minutes ago, going, "Oh fuck, I can't get up. No one's here. I'm alone." Fucking don't come back to the stream. Find me dead. That's what I did. I rolled it down off. I gently rolled it off my chest, down to my knee or my quads, and then I got up and turned to the right, and then rolled it off me. Fucking shit. Fucking kill me. Be the death of me. Yeah. Those fucking. It's not even a wire. It's kind of a wire. It's like a what? 2-3 millimeter thick. I was gonna fucking drill holes in it and just drive some fucking bolts through them, like that I can open, like take the bolt on and off and shit. It's so fucking sketchy. Yeah, exactly. It's got like a wire that pops in that flips to the back side of it, but whenever I move them, sometimes I forget to fucking flip the thing on it. And like this bar holder or whatever, you fucking touch that fucking thing with an Olympic bar, it's gonna fucking rip them right off. Like they just like literally popped right off, just right as I went to go to jerk it up. And fucking both went tink tink right off each side. Like, oh fuck. The good thing was that I wasn't already pumping, so I had strength to bring it down and roll it off me. It wasn't like I was at an end of a set or anything. I pick things up and I put them down. Well, I don't have any time anymore to work out or like run and shit. So, and I'm fucking my legs all fucked up. Like I fucked myself up skiing. I'm pretty banged up. I'm banged up right now. I'm sick. I'm banged up. I'm sick. My kids and my wife are. I was just talking to Joe Donut the other day. Give me one quick second here. Hold on. Let me get one more pump in. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Hold on. I feel like this year in particular, this like whole holiday is like still, or I don't know if it's like catching up. I don't know if it's like the needs of my family were really strong. You know, like hold on here. Like I don't know what it is. This is unusual. Like some years are better than others. This year in particular, from like between like Thanksgiving to New Year's, and then coming into the new year, I feel overwhelmed. I feel like I'm like the catching up, and then the requests. Like my kids have a lot of stuff going on. My wife, and then I have a lot of responsibility to you guys, and then I have the stonk market and that kind of shit. And then I just feel like this year, this holiday, and then this new year in particular, I like some or most years I'm like, I have all the capacity to do all this stuff, and then this year in particular, seems like being washed over with tons of stuff that I have to do, in my own health and stuff too, and then I don't know, there's just a lot. It's like nonstop, go 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 go, and then I don't feel like I'm making any headway, and I need to make headway, and I'm not making headway. Or my mind is telling me that I'm not making headway, and so I'm like frustrated a lot right now. So I got like all that going on. I got this fucking bar falling on me, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And I did just scream across my house. So I was like, maybe my wife is home right now. Nobody was here, so I had nobody spotting me, and I'm working out while no one's here, which is fucking stupid to be doing anyways. And I'm injured. Like I got hurt skiing this winter. My knee is all fucked up, like all kinds of fucked up. I'm so scared right now. I'm hoping that it's getting better, but I know I've done some damage. I think I've torn, like not torn, but I think I've damaged or not, or maybe just rubbed off some cartilage. I'm not quite sure. I feel like it's just like bone on my kneecap, on my the back of my kneecap is feeling like there's no more cushion there. My right leg. I'm praying and hoping that's not the problem. I want to run him till the wheels fall off, but before getting an operation. But the pain is fucking brutal. It's brutal. I probably need to take a shot. I probably need to go to the Minute Clinic and get a steroid shot, which I haven't done. Maybe that'll promote some healing too if I don't fuck with it. Like get the shot and then don't do anything. Even like I'm so scared right now. Like so I'm like planning my spring summer. So I do like a lot of like hiking stuff I'll do like one winter trip, and then I do a bunch of summer trips. Fall trips. I don't do a bunch of winter camping anymore, like I once did. But I'm like, maybe I should start getting more into car camping, like overlanding. I hate overlanding because it's like you don't need any of that shit to go in the. Like I used to live in the mountains, and I had a real close friend of mine who's a Mormon guy, and this guy like lived off the fucking land. And we'd go everywhere with like a stock 4x4. I mean, everywhere. We went everywhere. Like the most high-rated trails didn't matter. We'd be out there in the middle of fucking nowhere, and some guy would come out with like a Send to the World Apocalypse truck. Like, how much does that fucking thing cost? You know? And so I've never been in one. I've never liked the overlanding stuff. Maybe it's because you're too rich or something. I can understand that. I guess if you're wealthy, you're like, fuck that, I'm going to buy it anyways. But you don't need that shit to do overlanding, or at least backcountry. You mean camping, right? That's what it is, right? You just find an off-road track and you drive down it until you can't drive anymore, and you go fucking camping. It's not overlanding. It's just old school camping. So like, but I've been thinking about that stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting older. Like, I should be pare back. You know, like the hikes, pare it back a little bit, tone it down a little bit. It's okay to go car camping and then take a hike in the backcountry somewhere. Like a day hike without a fucking pack on my back. Like, leave that shit at a campsite, go out, like, instead of doing fucking 10, 15, 20 miles loaded up with all my kids' shit on my back and my shit. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll just drop that shit off. Go on a day hike from there, you know? Like, one of the reasons I like to camp too, and or hike and bike, mostly like any of that stuff, is because it pulls you away from the screens, pulls you away from the internet, pulls you away from social media, pulls you away from the newspapers and the news and the constant non-stop shit that you get from the internet or the world, I guess, right? And you're feeling like overwhelmed and emotional and depressed and all that kind of stuff. Put that shit down and just go away, right? And you know, you like go to set up a camp, right? There's no internet. You go for a hike or something, bird watching, take some photographs, stargazing, and people always say things like they are like ease or eat. Like, I like backpacking food, but if you're gonna camp, like car camping, I think it's a great time to like cook something all day long, like chili or something like that. Like, you go balls to the walls, or bring like expensive steaks with you, and you cook them on a rock or some shit like that. And it's like something to do throughout the course of a day. That's not the internet. And you check on it through the day, and you go do some stargaze and go for a hike. It's a great opportunity to read a book, you know, pull out a book, go for a walk, get tired, lay down with the sun on you, and, you know, you're in a fucking hammock between two trees or between your truck and a pole or something, and you're fucking just, you know, just do nothing. It's a way to just decompress, right, from life and stuff. And I want to be able to keep doing that as I get older. I like being outside. I questioned that for a minute too. Like, I questioned it recently. Like, why do I like to go out and camp? I need to know the reason. I'm kind of like a I'd say I'm like a what would you call it? Like an optimistic nihilist. Do any of you even know what that means? Do you guys know what nihilism is? Like Nietzsche and stuff?
Bitcoin, right?
I'm an optimistic nihilist, but I have to check myself for my optimism. You know what I mean? Because if you're a nihilist, things can get nasty quick, right? How old are you, though? So I'm older. So my doctors tell me that, and my friends too, like all my fucking friends out there are like,
latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
dude, this Vix 9-day wants to fucking collapse here.
Financial Juice Pro.
This shit's gonna squeeze up into the bell. I'm warning you guys out here. Vix 9-day wants to fucking bleed to the depths of hell here. Like, yeah, how old are you, Chendo? I'm wondering because when I compare my self to my friends in the mountains, I pretty much did everything they did. Every time they've gotten like full ACL, MCLs done, they never were right afterwards. And the recovery was much longer than if I was young. These are older guys. Guys are older than me. And my doctor said the same thing to me, like, recovery will take longer being older. I want to get the operation, but I don't want to, like, I've got two rules on this. Like, I don't have to be 100%, but I don't want the pain, or I don't want it to be worse pain than I have right now. I want at least the same functionality that I have right now. I'm like, I'll deal with this pain if I have to, as long as I have the functionality. If I get the operation, I don't want to be told like, oh, you can't do that anymore, or you don't have full range anymore, or most of your range. Or I do it till the wheels fall off and I'm all fucked up and then just get, bionic legs or something. I'm like on the fence and all this stuff, but I'm getting to that point where the wheels are almost off. Trading higher now into 12 p.m., 12:30. Looks like right now they've had a shot to take it down at 10:30. They failed. Another shot to take it down here. This looks very much like vol controls in the house. And not only that, we're on Vixperation and Opex day combined, and VIX 9 day looks like it wants to fucking fall to the depths of hell here. Looks like it wants to blood the fuck to the downside and trade like 861. I don't know if we'll get fully down there, but here's the VIX 9 day. It's just begging to blast off to the depths of hell here. It's trading 1392 right now, and it wants to crank. This thing could go fucking vertical right into the close here. Even if we have some sideways action, it could still just keep fucking melting up the entire time. Now, there is some question about if we do melt up, 6050 would be that target to the upside on SPX. Yeah, I'm like an optimistic nihilist. So I don't think anything means anything. I don't look into there's a second life and all that other shit, and so you got to be optimistic so that you have good values, morals, all that kind of stuff. I like to live by a lot of what's taught in Christianity, right? Be a good person, right? Don't fuck your neighbor's wife. Don't cheat. Don't steal. All that kind of stuff. But I don't think it means anything when I die. I think it's important while I'm alive and for my society and my community and all that kind of stuff, my family, my kids. Optimistic nihilism. Yeah, knee replacement. That's what I'm thinking. I think I'm gonna have to do a full knee replacement on both knees. My left one's not as bad as my right one. My right one's pretty fucked up. Might as well do them both while I'm there. That shit's coming down the road. You haven't seen more. Yeah, 10 weeks isn't too bad. Most of my friends, you know what they did? Is they kept working standing up. Even though they were they had the full bracing or whatever that bracing is called. They were still up around dicking around. That's the key to this too, right? Is you can't fucking move. You have to do the traction. Can't move. Can't dick around. Can't be drinking. You gotta make sure you're doing the right foods. You're doing the actual fucking traction that they. My wife does this for a living. How many people don't follow through with the number of people that my wife tells me that do not follow through with the actual traction schedule, that they do not follow the diets, and they do not follow the fucking not moving shit. It's high. I like ice. How old are you guys? Any of you guys in your mid-40s? I'm in my mid-40s now. Anybody? Those you guys with knee replacements? Are you in your mid-40s or your 30s, 20s? What is this? Knees over toes guy? Okay, all right. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm reading the chat right now in Discord. Hold on. I'm gonna copy this. Can I copy this? Nope. Can't copy the text. What's this guy's name? Knees over toes guy. I think I'm too far gone right now, but I'll check this guy out. I'm willing to check him out. I just favorited this guy. I see him. I think I'm at a point where it's too far gone. You got to remember, I was in the Army for a long time. Now, most of it was right later on was reserves, but I got deployed and shit. I was active duty, then reserves, and then, but I've been deployed, and I've carried fucking rucks that weigh fucking everything, 80-pound goddamn rucks. And then when I was in, they were only making the switch to like yoga. I was in when they switched from hand-to-hand combat to kill to MMA. So I was there for like both phases for two different crowd control versus killing everybody, right? I was in that transition period. So when I was still a part of the generation where everybody got fucking smoked all the time, even afterwards. You get assigned to your unit, you get smoked more. I got smoked all day long, all day, every fucking day. Got my unit smoked all fucking day long. And then it was brutal. My experience in the Army physically, I didn't realize at the time how fucked up I am from it, like physically. My airs are gone. I can't hear shit.
105,000.
Like Air Pros, like
last time.
fucking didn't wear Air Pros.
4,720.
They're like little fucking like squishy things in my ear, and but the physicalness of that later in life, like the way that we were exercising, supine bicycles, fucking up down, fucking planks, hold the fucking plank all goddamn day, that stupid shit. It was a different military then. Everybody was running like 10-minute 2 miles, 10 minutes, 10:50, 10 under sub 11 minutes. It was fucking insano. But all that shit's come back to haunt me. Then my own private shit, like I like to dance and shit. I like go to like raves and stuff. I used to like to break dance when I was a kid, and I like hiking, biking, surfing. Actually, the biggest injury I ever had surfing was crossing a pair of fucking train tracks in San Diego. To get there, it hit my fucking knee right on a goddamn train track. Carrying a surfboard, worse than even fucking the rocks, the shoals. If I get paid today, I'm gonna fucking freak out. Like, I don't want to talk about it. If I get paid today, I'm gonna fucking shit my pants here. If we trade over 600.50 cents on SPY, 650 cents, I'm getting fucking paid today. I am trying to not say anything about it here. I might get paid. Not a lot, but I'm gonna get paid. I'm going to save my ass today if that happens. If I don't, I'm going to be crushed. I'm going to really be crushed. If they do it at the end of the day, I'm going to freak the fuck out here in the show. No, dude, if I get paid today, it's only going to pay for all the calls that died from December. And then I lost some money or I've been making money and losing money, but like, yeah, I think I'm going to be like even. I think I'll be even, close to even. I'm going to have to go back and look at last month's trading. I haven't looked yet. I'm not looking. I refuse to look. I refuse to look. I'm really bad. I'll be like, oh, well, I'm losing this month. Let's compare it to the last 3 months. Am I winning over 3 months? Yes. Woo. I'm real bad on that shit in the background. Have I tried rucking? Jesus Christ. Rucking sucks balls. I passed out once rucking. I got done rucking. I fucking literally fucking fell. They caught me. I had to fucking ruck. One time I had to fucking ruck. A full ruck. These fucking... Sorry for swearing. These fucking sergeants had to keep their fucking these fucks had to keep their it was like their they had to do like a forced march to stay a DI or some shit like that, or drill sergeant, right? Not a drill instructor, right? And fucking the only Marines do that shit. Fucking And they're like they're like, hey, guess what, guys? We got to do a fucking we have to do a 30. It was like a 30 kilometer, I think, 31 or 32 kilometers. I can't remember. And full ruck march, forced march. I'm like, what? Fucking, how far do I gotta fucking walk with this shit? With road guard shit? The fuck you talking about? I passed out. At the end of that one, I was out. Gone down. It was cold. It was fucking, I think we started at like fucking dawn, and then we didn't, it was dark when we were done. And you gotta wait for every last shit bag too. The whole fucking miserable way. People drop out, they get fucking, they go to the wagon, but you don't see those people again. Rucks suck. Forced ruck marches blow. Fuck those things. God, you're making me think about that shit right now. It's all coming back. I had a fucking buddy die. God damn it. In a training environment. I had a close friend of mine die in a training accident. He fell out of the back of a fucking Moog and fucking bounced his fucking head off a rock, and he was all rucked up in the back of the fucking thing, and it just took him. Bye, see you later. Up in Washington, Fort Lewis. Your property. His name was Jesse Conger. There's a bridge dedicated to him today. There's a bridge dedicated to him, I think, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Jesse Conger, the guy's name. His dad was an ex-vet, too, ex-Vietnam vet. Decorated combat vet. His brother was a Marine. Whole family. Yeah, summary of knees over two toes exercises. I'll look that up. I just want to make sure that if I do this, that I think the padding is gone in my knee. That's my fear, is that the actual like cartilage separating my kneecap is gone. I think it's gone. Yeah, I got spreads from 600 to like I got spreads to 610, 625 from 600 to 625. Just want to see us start like getting up over there. I was talking to my wife about it last night. I'm like they're either gonna fuck me right to the fucking bell, and then they will unfuck me after 6 p.m. and I won't get paid. Or on like Tuesday I'll come back and it'll be up there, or they're gonna print me something before the close, just before the close. I'm like, it's gonna be either or, one or the other. I was buying the actual lows in December, not the highs. I was buying the fucking 3 dips we had. I was down there buying, and the prices sucked. I should have known better. The prices were dog shit. I was like, man, this doesn't look right to me, but and I had to go higher. I had to make the spread wider to make it worthwhile. I had to make the spread wider. And I had to put more time on it. There were people in the chat telling me to not fucking put the 17th on them. Make them closer in time, and I almost fucking did. I'm going to throw up thinking about that shit. Let's see here. SPX trying to move higher. IWM's just putting around right now. Q's parked looking to go higher. DIA is just fucking monstering right now. Like DIA and IWM last night were looking super sexy. Apple's just putting around here, not showing anything. VIX 9-day looks like it wants to blood. Market wants to squeeze. Something bearish here. Dixie is on the move again to the upside. This isn't good to see. Don't ever like seeing Dixie recovering. We'll see if they can get a sell. This is Dixie. See if we can get a little sell back here on them, maybe. That could be positive for stonks, but this looks pretty bullish right now. TNX looking bearish. HYG bullish. Barcoding right now. TLT is consolidating. It did successfully backtest its hourly trigger right now. I'd like to see a new high on it. I'd like to see it get to like 87 to see if it can go any higher. American Airlines keeps fucking making new highs. They hit $18.81 again before selling on the open, but American Airlines has been pumping. We talked about American Airlines and then a stock ticker called ASNS for the new year. Both have been doing quite well. A note for you out there, just so you, I want to read something to you guys really quick. So we've got the inauguration on Monday. When I showed you the vol curve this morning, right? Vol curve showed you how there's some volatility expected from the inauguration into the beginning of next week. Trump administration to convene Quad foreign ministers on Tuesday. The early gathering of foreign ministers from India, Japan, and Australia could ease fears of an isolationist American first foreign policy. Trump admin's first foreign policy meeting with foreign ministers meeting shows emphasis on strengthening regional partnerships that Biden championed to counter China's growing influences in the Indo-Pacific, despite Biden and Trump's vastly different worldviews. Let me see if it's anything. This is from Financial Juice. What else I got here? The meeting could produce new agreements on security and economic cooperation. So if you've got any interests or stonks in the Indo-Pacific theater, this would include Japan, South Korea, Philippines, India, Australia. Chinese foreign minister said that the grouping is a tool the U.S. uses to contain China and perpetuate U.S. hegemony. There's been a growing nervousness in Washington in recent months that the Quad partners' concerns about the incoming administration's foreign policy settings have prompted them to reduce tensions with Beijing. This is all positive for stock market, believe it or not, so that's good. The swage fears, if you have any fears you've been hearing out there about the stock market crashing because of tariffs and immigration, all that other fucking shit and war. This is a positive thing for Tuesday. Atlanta GDP now for fourth quarter is unchanged at 3%. The GDP now model estimate for real GDP growth seasonally adjusted annual rate in the fourth quarter of 2024 is 3% on January 17th, unchanged from January 16th after rounding up. There you go, bulls. After this morning's releases from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, an increase in the now is Jimmy in here screaming now? Is Jimmy Barry out there fucking freaking out about the data being fake? After this morning's release from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, an increase in the nowcast of fourth quarter real personal consumption expenditures We have that coming out, by the way, in 2 weeks, right? An increase in the nowcast of fourth quarter real personal consumption expenditures growth from 3.7 to 3.8% was offset by a decrease in the nowcast of the contribution of inventory investment to real GDP growth from negative 0.37 percentage points to negative 0.41 percentage points. Wolf Richter's been talking about some of this stuff too, with illegal immigrants now being counted into our
and the total prior 584
are now being counted into our employment figures. I'm going to read this to you now here. I'm going to read a couple pieces to you here. Beneath the skin of CPI inflation, the overall CPI rose 0.39%, 4.8 annualized. This is inflation, okay? For all you guys out there, I see you guys all morning talking about inflation. Tariffs, man, inflation, bro. Doom, doom, doom. It has been in December, the sharpest increase since February 2024. It has been accelerating since the low point in June. The 3-month CPI, which irons out some of the month-to-month squiggles, jumped by 3.9% annualized. The sharpest increase since April. This is why we talk about no more rate cuts. Pausing and possible rate increases. Note, I'm going to read this stuff to you because we have an FOMC meeting coming up. And it'll be a short week next week. So we got the FOMC the following week on Tuesday, Wednesday, the meeting being on Wednesday. The 3-month CPI, which irons out some of the month-to-month squiggles, jumped by 3.9% annualized, the sharpest increase since April, and the 5th month-to-month acceleration in a row. Year-over-year, CPI rose by 2.89%, the sharpest increase since July, and the 3rd month of acceleration. Categories that help power the cooling of CPI are U-turning. Food price inflation, after a lull at very high levels, has been accelerating for months and now started to push the year-over-year needle higher. You guys are aware of all that, right? You see that chicken prices are going through the fucking roof. Egg fucking prices are going through the roof. And there is some scariness here. It's not today, but down the road. We had like wage inflation that ran with inflation. Then inflation came down and wage inflation came down. If you have a job right now, I want to say something to you guys. If you were able to find a job during the times of inflation, wage inflation is like real inflation. It go like the wages going up, then they start coming back, or they don't go up anymore. They're like flatline, deadline, or come down. But if you got hired at that time period, people are jumping jobs, you should be fine right now. You're actually beating the system right now. So you're not beating, but you're staying up with the system right now. Don't get a new job right now, is the point. Not the time to be jumping jobs. Food price inflation after a lull at very high levels has been accelerating for months and now started to push the year-over-year needle higher. Energy prices surged for the month, so that helped with that spike, which whittled down the year-over-year drop to just a hair. Used vehicle prices, which had plunged off the historic spike, jumped in December. We knew that too. The low was in November, and it bounced back up for the month of December. For the 4th month in a row, a sign that the plunge has ended. And further whittled down the erstwhile double-digit year-over-year plunge. And some of this was intentional. Trying to arrest some of this stuff so we didn't go into stagflation, right? So remember that, right? You've got like this vertical line, let's say, going up, right? And with velocity to the upside, then velocity to the downside, right? You gotta remember, like, you need like 3 months to start getting a 3 months to start making a trend. So let's say you have like inflation historically abnormally straight up, then back down. You get the rate 50 basis point cut that arrests that data, and you're going to expect for a bounce, right? Thereafter, that last 50 basis point cut, which is what we got in a lot of the data readings, if it was going up or coming down or what have you, okay? The core CPI, which excludes food and energy components to track underlying inflation, rose 3.24% year over year, a deceleration from the month prior at plus 3.32%. But a faster rise than in July and August. It has been stuck in the same 3.1% to 3.3% for the seventh month in a row. The major components are overall CPI, core services, durable goods. Durable goods blasted down to the depths of hell. But there's a reason for that too. Demand went away for durable goods because they bought a bunch of durable goods. People were buying durable goods in COVID. They were like, yeah, we're going to get a new fucking vanity for the bathroom from Wayfair. We're going to get a new couch. We're going to get a new TV and get fat. We're going to get loads of toilet paper. That's not really durable goods, though. Month-to-month core CPI rose 2.3% in December from November, the smallest increase since July, following 4 months of the biggest increase since March. The 6-month average core CPI accelerated 3.2% annualized, second month in a row of acceleration, the worst since June. Core services CPI. Month-to-month core services, which are all services less energy services, decelerated plus 3.2% annualized in December from November. 3-month core services CPI decelerated 3.6%, but remained substantially higher in the 3.1 and 3.3 range over the summer. 6-month core services CPI, which irons out a lot of the month-to-month squiggles, accelerated to 4.0% annualized, the worst since August. So we're kind of like rounding. If you don't understand what I'm saying here, basically inflation's been arrested and starting to like flatten, right, and turn up a little bit. The housing components of core services, the owner equivalent of rent CPI, accelerated sharply. It was on its way down, believe it or not. I know you don't believe that, but it was on its way down. It's accelerated sharply, annualized in December from November. The 3-month average decelerated a hair to 3.8%. OER indirectly reflects the expenses of home ownership, homeowners insurance, HOA fees, property taxes, and maintenance. It's the only measure for those expenses in the CPI. It is based on what a large group of homeowners estimates their home would rent for, with the assumption that a homeowner would want to recoup their cost increases by raising rent. As a stand-in for homeowners insurance, HOA fees, property taxes, and maintenance costs, OER accounts for 27% of overall CPI and estimates inflation of shelter as a service for homeowners. So if you get, and that's another thing, there are mortgage loans are going through the roof once again, and there's some easing going on for loans. There's less tightening on giving loans even with higher rates. People are starting to accept that the possibility that we're going to have higher rates or normalization of higher rates for longer. Rent of primary residence CPI also accelerated sharply to 3.8% annualized in December and November. 3-month rate accelerated 3.3%. The rent CPI is back roughly where it had been before the pandemic. Rent CPI accounts for 7.7% of overall CPI. It is based on rents. So rents are coming back in line again. Rent CPIs account for 7% of overall CPI. It is based on rents that tenants actually paid, not on asking rents of advertised vacant units for rent. This is where the negotiation comes in, where you're like, hey, Cap, they're asking tons of money. You have to go out there. Or there was a time period last year, we talked about this too, on the show, saying, hey, you got a bad rent price, start looking for a new rental and contact the owner for a discount, because rent CPI was collapsing across the U.S. Rent CPI, it's starting to bottom right now, by the way. So rent CPI accounts for 7.7% of overall CPI. It is based on rents that tenants actually paid, not on asking rents of advertised vacant units for rent. The survey follows the same large group of rental houses and apartments over time and tracks the rents that current tenants who come and go paid in rent on these units. So maybe some of you were able to renegotiate your rent in this past like 2023, 2024. If you got a new rental, the Q4, Q3 of 2024, congratulations, you caught the bottom. Year over year, both continue to decelerate. OER CPI plus 4.8% and rent CPI 4.3%, but both remained well above the range before the pandemic. So a little bit higher combined CPIs than if you were to snap a line, it's pretty much in line though. Asking rents, the Zillow Observed Rent Index, or ZORI, ZORI, and other private sector rent indices track asking rents, which are advertised. Now, this is different. Advertised rents of vacant units in the market for rent. Because rentals don't turn over that much, the spike in asking rents through mid-22 never fully translated into the CPI indices because not many people actually ended up paying those jacked up asking rents. I'm very familiar with this. I track across the country. I spend time once a month, and I track rental units, high cost rental units that never move. And it was shocking. I don't even know if these are real rentals. Like these are places that rent for like $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 a month, and I've seen rentals on there for years, no fill, just empty. And I'm like, fuck. And they're way out. They shouldn't be paying. They shouldn't be charging as much as they are. So this is what this is talking about now. First December, the Zori, the same thing, seasonally adjusted, rose by 0.28% month to month and by 3.4% year over year. So they're still not budging, these fucking people. The chart shows CPI rent of primary residence as index value, not percentage change, and the Zori in dollars. And the Zori is insane. Rents are pretty much in line right now, but the ask for rents that are unoccupied keeps moving higher and higher and higher and higher. What does that imply? It implies that demand should come down still for housing. It also implies that we may get a rash of some delinquencies coming up on those high quality or high luxury rents. So they're still fighting these guys asking all this money. Rent inflation versus home price inflation. Let me see here. Home value is dropping while rents are continuing up or more back in line again, but still on an uptrend. Housing prices are actually coming down. As a matter of fact, we're coming into right now, housing prices are coming down into the 2022 highs right now. CPI for motor vehicle maintenance and repair rose by 2.2% annualized in December and from November, and after having spiked by 13%, 12% annualized in August and September. You guys remember I bought my daughter a car coming into the bottom of the auto market. The CPI for motor vehicle insurance rose by 4.9% annualized in December from November and by 11.3% year over year. We noticed that in our family. Our car insurance has been going stupid the past few years. It just goes up. And I remember it always going down as I got older. Our insurance has gone up in our family. We just had a conversation about it too recently. We were comparing it with some of our friends. But I live in a place too that's got shitty insurance. Like I don't live where you guys live. Where I live, car insurance is some of the worst in the country. We have no fault insurance here, which sucks. I pay for someone else that can't afford a license or insurance. If they get into an accident, no matter the cause, they get covered. What else? CPI, food away from home price levels keeps cranking. Core services on track right now, a little bit more in line like it used to be. It's back in line, I should say. So like inflation over time, unless we're in stagflation. So stagflation is a weird thing. We can go into stagflation. That's where prices actually go down. We have like the rate of prices going up, right? The rate of prices going up. And then we have a spike in that rate of prices going up, right? And then we bring the rate or rise of pricing, slow down that rise of pricing over time. But price is still continuing to go higher. We have moments of stagflation that sends us into a recessionary environment or depression, but they're usually not permanent, are they? When we climb right back into line usually. I know the whole arguments, right? Eventually it's going to fail. The fraud's going to fail. The U.S. is going to fail. I get it. Burning tires down streets in Manhattan. I get it. But all this stuff's coming back in line. These smaller numbers, we're back in line in a lot of these numbers right now. New vehicles CPI. I was shocked at this one. Jumped by 0.47%. I see people with YouTube videos everywhere, and they're saying that the apocalypse is coming for the car market. Nope, not right now. They're raising their prices. They're doubling down. New vehicles CPI jumped by 0.47%, not annualized. Annualized 5.8% in December from November. Seasonally adjusted, the fourth month of increases over the past 5 months. This whittled down year over year, dropped to 4.4%. At this rate, the new vehicle CPI may carve out a new all-time high in a month or two. It's just 0.4% below its prior all-time high. New vehicle prices have been very sticky. Unlike used vehicle prices. But used vehicle prices are bottoming too. So new vehicle prices have been very sticky, unlike used vehicle prices. Despite the glut of new vehicles now on many lots, as automakers are trying to preserve their profit margins, the big incentives and discounts in recent months mostly just undid part of the increases in MSRPs. He doesn't say this here, but there's all kinds of new fees on new cars these days too. I mean, if you go to if any of you have not been to a new car lot recently, holy shit. The bullshit fees and the bullshit this and that they attach to things. Not only the fees, but the insurance, the small insurances, or like the warranty plans they're selling you, like the Rhino shit they're spraying on your car and shit. They're not even giving you a choice anymore. They used to give you a choice in that stuff. Do you want the Rhino liner or not? Now it's like, fuck you, we did all of them, and we're going to triple the price on it. But this is there is some light for you, Vice President Musk guys out there. EVs experienced a lot of demand, and EV sales surged towards the end of the year, and we're up about 10% for all of 2024, despite the decline in Tesla sales. Even as ICE vehicles sales edged up by less than 2%, and this demand for EVs may have contributed to the surprising rise of the CPI for new vehicles over the last 2 months. New and used vehicles dominate durable goods. All major durable goods categories experienced often dramatic price declines starting in mid to late 2022 after the price spike during the pandemic. But the month-to-month prices drops in motor vehicles ended in September, and prices have risen since then. The other major categories of durable goods prices continue to decline. New vehicles, used vehicles, household furnishings, of course, sporting goods, information technology, that's computers, smartphones, etc. We are coming out of that. We first came out of like the furniture and appliances and floor coverings and tools out of COVID. We're now starting to come out of, we came out of the sporting goods too, but we're now starting to come out of like the computers, smartphones, etc. I expected a little bit more of a rise in computers and smartphones. I thought people would load up on that shit before the supposed tariffs we're going to get, but we're not seeing it in the data. So Americans are not preparing for, that's good to know. Americans are not preparing for China tariffs. Food inflation, CPI for food at home, purchased at stores and markets and eaten off premises, jumped by 3.9% annualized in December from November. After a lull at painfully high levels, food prices have been increasing for the past 6 months, visible in the steepening slope of that chart. I'm not surprised by that. We talked about that all last year, right? That was a big topic of conversation for us, which was what? There's value there, but at a higher price, right? Like McDonald's, why pay that high price at McDonald's when you can get Culver's? Or why pay that high price at McDonald's when you can go to a sit-down fast casual restaurant, right? Same fucking price. Or better yet, and that's the other part of this too, there's a whole movement by younger people tend to hold those positions, right? And we all know that younger people are getting fucked right now, or they're perceiving that they're getting fucked. I'm going to disagree in some of that. That's a lot of young people are actually doing quite well, but that's a whole other thing. Whole other can of worms, because they're not speaking up publicly that they're doing okay. This isn't like 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds. I'm talking about like 30-year-olds. But like 18 and 20-year-olds are really angry. They're very, very scared about their future. They're in high school, college, graduating college, and they're not seeing the money that they need or they're expecting right out of college. So that class of person, like 18 to 25, 26 years old, they have a lot of anxiety today about their future, rightfully so. And those people are working those jobs in those restaurants, and they don't give a fuck about you, do they? So that food quality and food service combined pushed people to say, fuck this, I'm going to eat at home. I can buy a New York strip, dry aged, free range, literally, seriously, full New York strip at Aldi for less money than I can eat McDonald's. It's never been like that. Never. I've never seen that in my life, where McDonald's is always the cheapest shit out there, right? Cheapest garbage out there. The fact that you can get a New York strip and cook it at home, no fucking brainer, right? So that's now translating in some of this data, showing that a lot of people are preferring to say, you know what, I'm going to pass on that bullshit and just cook at home. I'm going to pass on McDonald's. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy fucking New York strips at Aldi or something like that. And that's now reflecting inside of our CPI data. The avian, also of note too, the avian flu outbreak that started months ago has now created egg shortages. Actually, chicken meat prices are going through the fucking roof right now too. With many stores in January showing empty shelves, and what is available is marked up a lot. We're also starting to lose pigs, I think. I think some states are reporting this stuff and some states are not. There's a real hesitation from farmers and ranchers to report this stuff. They're like sitting on this fence right now. I know inspectors are telling farmers, cull your whole livestock and we'll reimburse you for this. And they're very afraid of causing panic amongst you as the buyer too. So if their livestock is not affected, you won't buy it anyways. So they get fucked anyways. The producer does, livestock producer. So there's really tight walk that's being done. Some states are reporting and some states are hiding. Like California is reporting the actual losses. I think there's a couple other states that are maybe one of the Carolinas, I think is, but not many states. The state that I'm in, they're not reporting anything publicly. They're talking about it and negotiating with inspectors, but you don't see a lot of the real true what's going on behind the scenes publicly in every state. So empty shelves, what is available is marked up a lot. The CPI is for December and doesn't yet reflect the prices in January. So we haven't seen the impact yet of the avian flu. You guys are all aware of the avian flu, right? They've been preparing for this flu for like decades. That movie, what was it called? Contagion or Outbreak? I don't know what the fuck it was called. There was a movie with Matt Damon. Was it Matt Damon? A bunch of years ago. That was based on the avian flu, mutating to cross species. Right now, it has not it has crossed into humans, but not human to human transition. So it's making jumps right now to infect humans that are in direct contact with wild, specifically I think it's waterborne, not waterborne, but like water-based, like a songbird versus a Canadian goose, right? That spends a lot of time in the water. Canadian geese are carrying bird flu like crazy right now. Now that stuff should come in January. So I want you to think about the January CPI report as potentially being negative. And I think we have a rate decision in Jan too, don't we? Right? I think we have one in Jan, right? Coming up here, right? So that report will come out here soon, and we have a rate decision coming up.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Another concern with chicken, eggs, and possibly pork is if people stop eating that stuff because they're fearful and aren't educated. If you cook eggs, you're fine, supposedly. So it'll put more demand on other food items like beef. So we have some increases going across the board, like pork is on the rise right now. Beef is on the rise right now. And coffee is up too. 3.5% on coffee is pretty big. Beef and veal, 4.9% year over year increases in those prices. Talking about, I'm not going to go to McDonald's. I'm going to buy a New York strip. And then what do? They find a way to get the money from you, right? Wherever you're running to, one place to the next to save a buck and have a quality meal. They already know it. So they're shifting the cost of these things and passing along to you. Apparel and footwear. The CPI for apparel and footwear inched up 0.1% in December from November. Keep grinding higher and higher right now. Keep on grinding, baby. Keep on grinding.
32 counterparties stake $118.327 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Trading $599.19. Woo-wee. 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 Woo. Woo. Woo-wee. So footwear, apparel, if you're into like Boot Barn and Nike, footwear inched up 0.1% in December from November, 1.2% year over year. Apparel and footwear are components of non-durable goods along with food, gasoline, household supplies, personal care items. Still some savings in those goods for you if you need new shoes. Prices have remained relatively stable. We don't know about some of this, so the CPI for apparel and footwear could be directly impacted by Trump tariffs. So keep an eye on that stuff. Energy, CPI for energy, which covers energy products and services that consumers buy. We talked about that the other day, though, on tariffs and the absorption of tariffs. We talked about that earlier in the week, I believe. CPI for energy, which covers energy products and services that consumers buy and pay directly for, jumped 2.6% in December from November. In presidential years, beginning of the year, typically more times than not, energy does get a spike in Q1 of the new year. To be expected. That's not unexpected for this year. CPI for gasoline, all that stuff's expected to go up, though. CPI for gasoline makes up about half of the energy CPI. It jumped 4.4% in December from November, seasonally adjusted, which whittled down the year-over-year decline of 3.4% compared to the peak of summer of 2022. Gasoline prices plunged by 29% seasonally adjusted and by 37% not seasonally adjusted. Plunging gasoline prices off the mid-2022 peak have been a big factor in the deceleration of the overall CPI, excuse me. And gasoline prices look like they're going to start bottoming here kind of soon. By summertime, you should see gasoline really start cranking. And that could really impact us. If you get like a summertime low this year, it's going to be pretty big. We should get like a big low in April or a big sell down in April. And then we should get another big sell down in the summertime on that renewed interest in CPI. Be paying very close attention to CPI around like March and then sometime in the middle of summer. There's always a window in inflation too that's still good for stock market. Like there's a window. Rising CPI doesn't necessarily, like, it's the velocity of CPI that really matters, and then there's a rate of CPI that does matter too, but we're not quite there yet. And then there's some greedflation mixed into this stuff. Like there's some greedflation in here too that translate to profits. Like, oh, like, can you? Like, oh, they sell this thing over here, and Trump's talking about raising tariffs, right? Threatening. And so let's raise prices, prematurely raise prices now, right? And we still don't have those tariffs, but as a matter of fact, didn't Menards put out an ad? I think Menards put out an ad saying, buy your lumber now for your project next year. I shit you not. Before prices get too high, store it. That was a real true advertisement that came out from Menards. So there's some like fear tactics out there that has nothing to do with if we actually do tariffs or not. Just has to do with like fear.
35 versus 270 billion.
Greedflation, baby.
2022 to 2031.
I'm going to read something to you here. Today, Fed Governor Waller called the latest CPI report very good on CNBC. Not once, but twice in the same interview. Calling CPI report the good report is pure stupidity and being irresponsible. Then he goes on to say, if we continue to get these kind of reports, there will be cuts, even in the first half of 2025. I can understand the if part disclaimer. He can say anything with the if disclaimer, but then calling higher inflation read as good or acceptable as a reading makes the if very subjective low bar. He said even March rate cut is not off the table, even giving hints for 3 to 4 cuts this year. What a shame. 10-year drop by 15 BPS in the 30 years too. The response from Wolf Richter was, this is really funny. If month-to-month CPI inflation continues on the same track as over the past 3 months, year-over-year CPI might hit 5% at the end of the first half of 2025. You know, there's like when I hear these conversations, it's like it's not quite the boy that cries wolf, but it's like, yeah, it's like if this was CPI or if this was inflation, right? I talked about this past week. It's like you have normal rate of inflation. It goes up, spikes, goes down, spikes, up, spikes, down, spikes, right? Then we had COVID, and it was like, whoa, and the bears scream at you right here, and they're like, there's nothing you can do there's nothing you can do. This like stock market's going to crash over this, right? But there's like this window in here where it did it. Like we didn't here, and then we had QE, Fed put, all that kind of stuff, and then we actually started the market started to go up. We start tightening, we price that in, the market goes down, right? But then it's coming back in a line again. The market perceives that the Fed is doing the right thing and that the work they're doing is working. So the market starts to price in and turn back to the upside in 23, right? Late 22, 23. And as we're coming down here, then the bears come in again and they go, they'll say some stupid shit to you like, oh, hold on. The Fed shouldn't cut here. And they're saying it to you because they want to see the overshoot down here. So we go into stagflation, the market crashes. So the Fed does 225 basis point cuts, then they do a 50, and they happen to what? Arrest inflation. Right? So now we're in this is where we are right now. And it's creeping up. And the bears are right there again. Right? They're here. They're over here. And they're like, this guy right here is like, you know, CPI's in the rise right now. It's bad. You know, what they're really pointing towards is when CPI gets up here, it's bad, right? But there's that window again, isn't there? Eye of the needle, right? Running it hot. And we're not even there yet. We're not even in the acceleration phase or the velocity phase of the Fed can't do anything. We're not even there yet. We haven't even given a rate hike yet, have we? We're just chilling, right? Then you get the Fed funds rate and the dot plot and the curve and all the fucking, you know, this is going to happen and that's going to, I'm gambling on what's actually going to happen. So you have to like put on the blinders and put on the air muffs and put on your stock market hat, right? For when real policy changes and real dramatic trend changes in the stock market, right? Not today, is it? That's why when people ask you, is the top end, is the bull market over? No. And not only that, they can pause for the whole year or so until summer, give you one rate increase and then pause, right? There's like more legs left in all of this is the point that I'm trying to make to you. And meanwhile, at every fucking corner, like, this is bad. That's bad. This is bad. That's bad. And meanwhile, they're trying to cook Treasury. And we have the president, right? New president coming in. I told you before that Harris would likely usher in an early recession, whereas Trump will likely stave that inflation or that recession off a little bit farther out in time, right? Through spending you don't want to believe is going to happen, and through the threats that won't come through. And also, if he does some of that policy, just a little bit of it, could actually extend our markets longer than you think. So that's CPI for you. So CPI not showing anything right now that's you should be scared about today. Now, it does imply, though, it gets like, you know, could have a shock here in the springtime, could have some building evidence by summertime, and you get the fall doom and gloom for next year. But you can start to think about, like, where's the market headed and where's the top? It looks like it could be in 2026, unless we get major shocks in the middle of this year, in the middle of summer or the middle of spring. So economy not so bad right now. And if a bear's telling you that more doom and gloom is coming due to the data that's out there, they don't mean today. Even if they think they mean today, they don't. The data doesn't support what they're saying today. And here's where the danger comes in down the road. The Fed needs to watch out amid strong demand from our drunken sailors. Retail sales surged in late 2024 and inflation caught its second wind. Now, this isn't today. This is down the road. Retail sales rose by 4.45% in December from November. So remember, you guys told me last year that the consumer was in trouble. You guys told me that you couldn't afford shit. price of shit was too high and that your pay actually wasn't going up, but retail sales is telling me that you're a fucking liar. You just don't like paying more for your shit. So retail sales rose by 0.45% in December from November, and November and October revised higher as well. It's on top of these upwardly revised sales that December sales grew by another 0.45%, all seasonally adjusted. So you guys all had good Christmases out there. You might not have had, or good Hanukkah, or good Kwanzaa, or whatever it is you celebrate out there. We're coming into 1:30 in the afternoon, pulling back down into, watch this gray line right here. I'll bring this new green box over here for you. Or the old green box. This is where the next buy area is. I'll bring this one over here. We'll move this one up now. Whoop, right over there. I don't see any flattening just yet on 1 minute trigger. Looks kind of toppy here. They're going to take another stab at it as we come into this 2 o'clock, 2:30 hour. So pay close attention to this. And I expect, where's the 2:30 hour? 2:30. We'll move that back a little bit. That right there seems reasonable. Move our R5 guy over here. Snap our line right there. The slow first half of the year was followed by blistering acceleration in the second half of the year, particularly over the last 4 months. Not seasonally adjusted, December sales rose to a record of $794 billion. E-commerce was a big winner. Sales jumped 10.2% year over year to $156 billion. So you guys are spending money on OnlyFans, feet, butt, titty pics, whatever it is, videos from people out there. You guys stopped eating in restaurants, started buying New York strips at Aldi, and you started tipping your OnlyFans thought more. But we knew this early last year, or you guys started doing that a couple years ago, and it's only been ramping ever since. It's been fucking ramping. And it hasn't stopped. We're actually coming into a peak right now of retail sales. It's been a very good, I want to show you this if I can. I mean, retail sales is fucking stupid right now. It is coming into a peak though, so note that by like retail sales right now they're not going to show up in this earnings season, but they may show up in by summertime's earnings. Where retail sales should begin to roll. I'd pay very close attention to this earnings season's guidance for the summertime. Maybe not Q2, I guess. Maybe it won't show up till Q3. It could take until Q3 for it to really impact. I'm going to restate that and maybe say Q3. We could start to see a degradation in guidance at least. So maybe like Q2 earnings, maybe their expectation or the guidance comes in light for Q3. That would imply that like September, October could be scary. Next, we have a little bit of sell down right here. Trying to come back down, find some buyers. There's another buy point down here at 597.88, and of course, this is the one that's been working. 598.60. Acceleration in the second half. Someone turned on the spigot. The 3-month average, which includes the prior revisions, irons out month to month squiggles and shows trend better. To get a point of reference on an annualized basis, December's 3-month average growth rate of 0.59% amounts to an annual rate of 7.3%. November's growth rate of 0.74% amounts to an annual rate of 9.3%. Woo! You guys are buying like crazy in Q4. That is huge growth for the United States of America. Someone turned on the spigot in the second half, and retail sales gushed after a slow first half. June had been handicapped by the CDK hack of the cloud-based dealership software of thousands of dealers that prevented them from processing sales in June, which then got processed in July, shifting that portion of retail sales from June to July. But that doesn't explain the surge in retail sales over the past 4 months, which is 8.2% annualized. Woo, positive, by the way. Retail sales cranking second half of 2024. GDP now jumped to 3.0% due to these retail sales. The Atlanta Fed's GDP now cast for Q4 real GDP inflation adjusted jumped to a growth rate of 3.0% upon inclusion of the retail sales data. Over the past 15 years, the U.S. has averaged about 2% real GDP growth. If GDP now is on target, Q4 real GDP would come in at about 3.0%, which we've been getting those numbers today. Over the past 5 quarters, there was only one weakling, Q1 of 2024, with 1.6% inflation adjusted growth. The other 4 quarters ranged from 3.0 to 4.4 inflation adjusted growth, which is huge for the United States of America. Huge. E-commerce and non-store retailers. These are e-commerce retailers, e-commerce operations of brick and mortar retailers and stalls and markets. Total sales not seasonally adjusted jumped by 10.2% year over year to 1.56. That does confirm the trend of people turning to the internet to buy their goods and services, which we've known has been going on for many, many, many years now, right? Huge seasonal adjustments reduced that to 127 billion. The 3-month average sales in December from November seasonally adjusted jumped 0.62%. So more consumers, more workers, more jobs, more money. I know that you see that companies are laying people off, and it makes the hot sheets, hits the newspapers. Gets regurgitated on FinTwit, gets regurgitated on Reddit and everywhere else. And they're like, there's mass tech layoffs, but the data is not supporting those tech layoffs for the actual jobs that are out there being filled and offered. There is something to say on that, though, that you shouldn't be jumping jobs. Wages are coming down, or the rate of the increase in wages is coming down more in line with historical examples. If you had a wage increase, you're doing pretty well. If you jumped jobs in 2 years ago, you've done quite well for yourself. Just after COVID, if you jumped jobs, you were doing quite well. Our drunken sailors, as we lovingly and facetiously have come to call them, are in the mood to spend. The labor market has been solid, with an additional 2.23 million payroll jobs created in 2024, and with hourly earnings up by 4.4%, outpacing the inflation for a second year. We had wage inflation, and now we're in line with wage growth, believe it or not. We're not in wage deflation right now. Now, there are people that are claiming that we're in wage stagnation. That is not true. Not true. The rates of wage, wages, they're misusing the information. So we had wages, normal, wages cranked. Now they've come down, but they're back in line again. We're right here in wages. So there's people out there claiming wage or wage stagnation in here. But what they're not telling you is that they went from $20 an hour to $30 an hour. And when this stagflation comes in, right, that's not real stagflation. It just means that we're not offering more than $30 an hour. Make sense? You'd want to see wages begin to actually drop for true stagflation of wages. Can't answer that phone call. So we're at $30 right now, okay? Make sense? All right. Hourly earnings are up by 4%, outpacing inflation for the second year. Consumers are sitting on vast and ballooning piles of cash in money market funds and CDs. We read that to you. So you got other people out. They do this shit on Reddit all the time. That's why I fucking hate Reddit sometimes. Fucking like Reddit is like Reddit's like, did you see the report on savings? You know, like traditional savings. They don't have any money. It's like, no, their fucking money is elsewhere. Money's in like the stock market, fart coin, triple titty NFTs. It's fucking in Bitcoin and fucking ETH, and it's in fucking Rolex watches and shoes and all this other shit people are peddling. And where else is it? It's in fucking money market funds and CDs. People are savvy today. You know, I want to tell you guys something. Like, they're fucking savvy. Go to a subreddit on Reddit called Boggleheads. I think it's R Boggleheads. I've never seen a more educated saver. I'll be honest with you guys. If you go to R Boggleheads, there's a whole community, thousands of people that are well-versed in saving money, unlike I've ever seen in history. Stocks, home prices, cryptos have soared in recent years, and consumers that hold them, 64% are homeowners, and many hold stocks in their retirement funds, are feeling flush with money. People are fucking rich. Meanwhile, you got some asshole over there telling you they're all fucked. The data doesn't support that. And there are a lot more consumers. Net immigration. Net immigration. You know, you MAGA guys out there that want to remove illegals, legals, H-1B, H-2B. You know. Net immigration added 2.8 million people to the population in the 12 months through July 2024, and 4 million people over the prior 2 months. Woo! 6.8 million immigrants. You better you got to start working on that, removing people from the U.S. You're falling behind. I fucking love data. Let me read that to you again, okay? The actual truth. And there are a lot more consumers. Net immigration added 2.8 million people to the population in the 12 months through 2024. We had like less immigrants during COVID, but they came back with force, right? And 4 million over the prior 2 months. And so the population of the U.S. over those 3 years soared by 2.4%. Go on YouTube right now. Search population collapse in the U.S. Good. I dare you, double dog dare you at home to go on YouTube. Everything is the fucking opposite of what you're fucking consuming and regurgitating out there. I fucking love it. The population of the U.S. over those 3 years soared 2.4%. That's huge. 2.4% population growth in the U.S., including by nearly 1% over the 12 months through July. The biggest percentage growth rate in the United States of America since 2001. That's the data. It's not me. I'm just the messenger. Don't get mad at me. According to population updates from the Census Bureau in December, many of these new arrivals are already working, and they're spending money too. Some fucking bears out there right now just tearing up his fucking thesis. Amid this strong demand, inflation catches its second wind. So is this good or bad inflation? So we have renewed demand for goods and services in the United States of America. So let me show you this. Good inflation, bad inflation, right? Hey, look at that. This is U.S. population down here, bottom right-hand side, or bottom left-hand side of your chart over here. So you have higher demand for goods and services. We bottomed in 2021 in population growth. I fucking love my life sometimes. So, inflation's bad, Captain Jim James. I'm like, wait. What you're saying is a company has to make 100 pencils, and now people want to buy 150 pencils because the population is growing. I don't have enough pencils, so I can charge more for said pencils. And then I have a company that's now making new pencils that stopped making pencils because they were scared of Trump policy. So we have a shortage of pencils, and I can increase the price of pencils. And so prices go up. That's good inflation, right? Higher demand and the ability to pay for it. Right? Amid this strong demand, inflation catches its second wind, but the Fed still needs to watch out. Now, this isn't for today. This is down the road. This isn't Tuesday morning. It doesn't mean the Fed needs to act. It doesn't mean that the Fed's behind the curve. None of that shit. So inflation has been accelerating for the past few months. The latest piece of that puzzle came yesterday. This is a few days ago. Consumer price rose by 0.39% in December from November, the sharpest increase since February of 2024. It has been accelerating since the low point in June. A 3-month CPI, which irons out some of that month-to-month stuff, jumped 3.9% annualized. Sharpest increase since April, and 5th month-to-month acceleration in a row. This acceleration of month-to-month CPI inflation rate over the past 4 months parallels the surge in retail sales. Year-over-year CPI rose by 2.9%, the sharpest increase since July, the 3rd month in a row of increased acceleration. Now, this is what I want to talk to you about here. This is important. This is an important segue here, or inflection point in the discussion that I'm having with you, which is this good inflation or bad inflation? And not only that, if you do get a Fed rate hike, why are we hiking? To slow the growth, right, of the economy, to retard the growth of the economy. So the initial reaction to that hike could be a start or a quick down move, right? So you get a rate hike, let's say, of 25 basis points. The market is going to react negatively. You're going to get a drawdown, 10, 15, 20%. But that should recover, right? Because we have good inflation, don't we? So you're retarding the growth of our economy. Does that make sense? So it doesn't send us into a bear market, does it? People are taking profits. You get a rate increase. We drop down quickly, and then we recover. You understand? So you're spreading out that growth. Instead of doing it over the course of 1 or 3 months or 6 months, you're spreading it out. So the implication is, even if we go to get a rate hike right now, and we have some doom in the marketplace, it doesn't result in a recession, stagflation, depression. The economy is hot, or at that time, hot. And the economy is strong. The data is saying that the economy is strong. And you guys are out there fucking following some asshole in FinTwit with 500,000 fucking followers saying the top is in, it's done. Business cycle is in, it's done. All of it's done. It's all done. Bear market, recession, depression, war. Those things are really there. War is really there. It's unknown unknowns, right? China, bird flu. But it's not here yet today, is it? And most of what Trump has done has been talk, right? We haven't seen Trump do anything. He's not president yet. He's president on Monday, isn't he? Now, there is some concern here. The drunken sailors aren't spending money everywhere, are they? Sales at non-store retailers, mostly e-commerce, and at auto and parts dealers accounted for nearly 40% of total retail sales in December. Some of the other major categories also booked strong sales, but not all. Some of the unique pandemic booms, such as home improvements, have blown over and are not coming back, it seems. Now, I want to make some commentary on this. I think they are going to turn up here. I saw that Menards article, and I think you're going to see those numbers improve here in the first half of 2025. On those tariff threats, you'll start to see that data improve. People will go out and buy because you got the tariff threats on Canada for wood products. You got the tariff threats on China for fasteners and stuff like that, tools and shit like that. There's probably people out there buying that shit right now, even if it doesn't come true. So those numbers should improve. New and used vehicle dealers, parts stores, and also the durable goods shit with couches and TVs and all the other crap that you buy for your house. Those are becoming long in the tooth, aren't they? Your couch that you bought, your fucking shit that you did during COVID. Well, that was 5 years ago. That couch has seen better years, hasn't it? Starts to see like year 6, 7, and 8. Maybe you start thinking about buying a couch again. And the economy is good. So you have like the shock and scare in the summertime of inflation, maybe a rate hike, market blasts down, right? But it recovers, right? The economy is good, gives people an opportunity to buy that new couch, doesn't it? I've had that shitty couch now for 5 years. Looked great during COVID on Wayfair. Also, new and used vehicle dealers and parts stores, the second largest category in December, sales on a 3-month average basis soared by nearly 2%, seasonally adjusted in December and from November, and by 5% year over year. This was a very strong finish of the year that had started out somewhat slowish. Not only slowish, let me show you this. Well, I remember this. You don't remember this? Hold on. Let me mute this. Let me move this over. Can I move this? Let me just mute this for a minute, this chat box. You remember this right here? Auto part dealer and parts store sales. Plunge, right? We came up. Remember we talked about a plunge over here? That didn't happen, did it? Didn't happen. Remember we talked about how, the used car, everybody's just talking about it right now. There are YouTubers right now. You go on YouTube and search car lot or used new auto sales, Armageddon coming. I've been talking about it now for years. Hasn't happened. The spike in dollar sales of new and used vehicles in 2021 and 2022 was caused by ridiculous price increases in used cars. I remember that. I bought a car just before that happened. My car jumped. It was weird. My Tesla went up more than I paid for it. I bought a car just before COVID, and that doubled in price. The spike in dollar sales of new and used vehicles in 2021 and 2022 was caused by ridiculous price increases in used vehicles and by a combination of addendum stickers. We just talked about that. Lack of incentives and higher MSRPs in new vehicles amid the shortages at the time. Starting in mid-2022, used vehicle prices began to plunge, and new vehicle prices flattened out. And though unit sales increased, dollar sales flattened out. But over the past few months, new and used vehicle prices have started rising again, which contributed to the worst month-over-month CPI inflation reading since February and the worst year-over-year inflation reading since July. These price declines caused the dollar sales for those 18 months to flatten out despite rising retail units sales. Watch out here. We are beginning to flatten out a little bit here. I want you to be careful here into this 2:30 hour here. Bears love coming in and trying to sell this down into the 2:30 hour. Just be careful of a move lower into 2:30. Whoop. I'm going to give you one more lower target just in case we head down there. And I mean a big swing. I don't think we're going down today because it's Opex, but just in case, lower target 596, way, way down there. We might get down here this time. You might see a little more blood down here. And then don't forget, we got the 3 o'clock blues too. Maybe more like that. Let's watch it closely here. This will be a big inflection point in the market coming down here, because if we can hold this, we're going way, way, way higher. You can see it down below over here. Watch this very closely of sweeping this low way down here. 12 o'clock. Yeah, right here. This one right here. Target 597.88. So use the new vehicles, bringing up the rear for retail sales in the end of 2024. Food services and drinking places, 13% of total retail sales, includes everything from cafeterias, restaurants, and bars. After a decline in 2024 and early to mid 2024, moderate growth resumed. I think, in my view, people chose where to spend their money more wisely. The second half of 2024, if I had an opinion on this, it was that people said, fuck this, I'm not eating at McDonald's, I'm going to eat at Culver's. When I do go out, I'm going to go to a sit-down restaurant. I'm going to make my better food choices. McDonald's even addressed this in one of their guidances last year, saying, we hear you now. We're going to try to make some changes and bring back the value menu and all this other shit, $1 this and $1 that, or $2 or whatever the fuck it was. So you have some pivoting going on in the middle of the year to bring people back into restaurants, or trading up in restaurant choices. So getting better, you're being asked to spend more money for a better product, though, not the shittier product. Food and beverage stores, 12% of retail total retail. Prices per CPI. Wait a minute. 1 second here. Yeah, 1 quick second here. Lost my place here. Here we go. Food and beverage. 12% total retail prices per CPI for food at home exploded from 2020 to 2023, which caused the spike in sales, then flattened out at high levels for a while before starting to rise again in 2024, specifically in late 23 and then most of 2024. So basically all this stuff is telling you that consumers stopped eating out, said, fuck McDonald's, I'm not paying $100 for my wife and my kids and my workers at the construction site, or we're going to start going to Culver's, or we're going to go to a sit-down restaurant. And they also chose to eat out at home, maybe because of the cost of the food and the services. So eating from home increased drastically in Q2, 3, and 4 of 2024. So habits changed by the consumer. General merchandise stores, minus department stores, 9% of total retail, including retailers such as Walmart, which is also the largest grocer in the U.S. Sales were $66 billion from prior month, 3-month average up 2.21%, year over year, 3.6%. There is a flattening in general merchandise stores that's been ongoing now. We had a ramp up on this stuff when we had a ramp up on this stuff when we reopened. It shows here that people were more inclined to get outside and go to a store in person, but it's beginning to flatten slightly. Gas stations, 7% of retail sales, dollar sales at gas stations moved in near lockstep with the price of gasoline. The price of gasoline started dropping in mid-22 and continued to wobble lower until recently. But seasonally, we should be up right now anyways. These price declines pushed down dollar sales at gas stations. Sales at gas stations also include all the other merchandise gas stations sell. See if this can hold on here. Still think we got a little bit more down to go. Be careful of this, of maybe like one more drop here before continuing up. If this recovers here, man, this is going to piss off a lot of people. They're trying to hit that 12 o'clock low. This 12 o'clock low, by the way, is 6,000 on SPX. If we hold this, we're going moon time. Sales at gas stations also include other merchandise. Gasoline prices started rising again recently, and so there's a little hook for December. A 3-month average that includes the price drop in October, a small rise in November, and a bigger rise in December. Building materials, garden supply, and equipment stores. So expect gas to go up, expect it to go up, but then down, and then bottom out by summertime, and we should start ramping on gasoline. Building materials, garden supply, and equipment stores, 6% of total retail. The enormous remodeling boom during the pandemic fizzled in late 2022, and sales fell for a while. In 2024, sales started rising again from still very high levels, but late 2024, they fizzled again. I agree with this. I have been buying material the past year, and prices came down to like an initial level where it was like, yeah, I don't mind buying this. But some prices are getting stupid again, like 2x4s back up to, I think, $3 for the cheapest ones and like $4 for a decent premium board. So they're on the rise again. And even myself, I'm like second guessing buying materials past 3 months, 1 to 3 months. I'm like, oh man, here we go again. With the price of building materials going higher. I've noticed it this summer too. I noticed it with like goods like arborvitaes, and I noticed it with I did some shopping like early spring for the summertime for my house, and I was shocked at some of the pricing that I was asked to pay this summer on stuff that I was like, I don't know if that's inflationary. Like there are guys out there that will like cut ends of an arborvitae and stick them in a pot with soil. And they were like $25 for a small pot. They jumped to like, now they're like 35 to 50. I'm like, I don't know if those, I don't think the clippings of an arborvitae have gone up in the past 4 years. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Health and personal care rolling over. Be careful of health and personal care. Looks like it's topping right now. Sales were great in 2024. But they do look like they're coming down. So be careful about buying into health and personal care stores or products with physical stores in the coming quarter. Q2, Q3 should be rough. Clothing and accessories, all gas, no stops on clothing and accessories. They're actually mooning right now. They're about to go vertical. So we might get some good reports on that in Q1 reports for clothing and retail accessory stores. Could see good reports this Q1. They're cranking right now. Let's see if I can see anything else here. Jesus. I mean, the data just doesn't fucking support the bear thesis. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I'm trying to find fucking data here for the bears, like anything, a scrap for the bears. I'm just not seeing it. Just not seeing it. I'm looking for something, anything here that's like really bad for bulls. I don't see it. There's another car. People are pissy about Waller's comments the other day. I saw those and we've talked about them here on the stream. Someone else commenting here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Someone else commenting here on Federal Reserve Governor Chris Waller said that they may be ready to cut even sooner than markets expect. It's amazing with this data that someone in his position can say something like that. I just don't understand the need to keep heating up the economy. A response to that was they genuinely believe that pivoting back towards accommodation is the right thing to do at this moment. It's astounding. And you'd think nothing was astounding after the policy errors of 2020 and 2021. We don't even look at gilts, and we don't even look at like 2007 and 2008 anymore. We don't even quote those periods and those accommodative times. We just are post 07, 08. We're like, it's all COVID now. Richter's response to that was, if they cut 50 basis points this year, the 10-year yield might go to 5.5%. If they cut 100 basis points this year, like Waller was speaking about, the 10-year yield might go to 6%. He writes, licking my chops, the mortgage rate's over 8%. At some point, the bond market is going to get seriously spooked. That's when you'll see the bond vigilantes come out and freak the fuck out, right? That's when they really come out. More consumers, more workers, more jobs, more money. God damn, how does a bear thesis live in this world? I would think that if you have a bear thesis for this year, it's got to be rate hikes. If you had a bear thesis for crashing this year, I mean, outside of the unknown unknowns, it's got to be a rate hike. It has to be. It's got to be. It's got to be a rate hike. Surprise rate hike is your friend this year, or unknown unknowns. That's what it is. It's got to be that. Definitely not. Don't be looking at the consumer. Don't be looking at the data. Data is not in your favor. Well, the data is not in your favor in terms of, the economy and the business cycle and all that shit's over. It's not. So I would say the only thing you got going for you is a rate hike. If you're a bear, that's what you want to see. You want to see an emergency fucking hike and see this fucker blast down 15, 20%. God, the news just doesn't it just doesn't stop here. Final phase of bubble. Fartcoin is the topping signal. I'm telling you, if you're a bear, we need a shirt for the. We don't have a merch store. I should do. I've never done the merch store. I keep saying I'm going to do one, but I've never done one. We need a merch store for like 2025. Maybe like Darth Vader and Princess Leia, and I'll change the face to Jerome Powell, and maybe like a bear princess, and say, Jerome, your only hope. Give us a rate increase. I haven't been on FinTwit. I'm not on FinTwit. So I haven't been on FinTwit personally in a long time. I don't know what Jem's saying. Tell me what Jem's saying. I want to know. He's doing great. He's now licensed. What is Jem saying? I haven't been. I'll be honest with you. I haven't been. I post some. I'll ship post, but I have people posting for me now. I don't have a lot of time. I know you guys see a face on screen right now. We're growing here, and I have growing pains. So it's been brutal. It's been brutal. The show takes up so much time. It really does. Who said that about Jem? Sam, what's he saying, Sam? I'm thinking the same thing. So like for myself, for 2025, I want to have cash in high yield accounts. But it's not for today. It's like I'm starting to this is for like 27, 28. So I'm like preparing for it this year. I'm already I've been to my fucking financial advisor. I'm trying to prepare for that eventuality. I don't think that it's today, but I think like, in the next 3-4 years, I need to be able to make sure that I have cash that's not at risk. I don't get caught in any unknowns. No bird flu, no China stuff, no China, Taiwan. I know there are going to be rate cuts coming. Rate hikes coming. So there'll be moments in the market where if we plunge 20, 30%, I want to be able to buy. If the market does top out and rolls down and we're done and I'm wrong, Captain Jim James is wrong. Top is actually in, market's done, economy sucks. They're lying about the consumer data. Everybody's getting divorced. Fucking unkempt lawns everywhere. Mary the landscaper. Bob, Main Street Bob is actually fucked. There is some of that, though. I will say this. If you want, I got some doom for you. There is some doom for you. I don't know the exact date on this anymore. But there's a huge increase right now on the is it EIDL? You'll have to look this up on your own. I have a buddy who's doing work with small business owners. There is something bad coming. No one's talking about this. If you're watching this show and you have a high follow count, I know some of you have high follow counts and you watch this show. Look this shit up. This is going to be news. I meant to bring this up earlier in the week and I didn't. This is not news right now. So there is some negativity. The EIDL? There were loans given to small business owners during COVID and to keep them afloat. Now, you might not know this, but if you get an SBA loan, you can negotiate a forfeiture of your loan. So, whereas like you forfeit a loan, you eat that, right? You got to pay that back in full. On small business loans, that's not true. There are windows for you to not pay that loan back, right? Default on it and negotiate what you actually owe back for money. And there's that window for those EIDL loans to default and have the ability to negotiate out of those loans is coming up here soon. I don't know exactly when it is, but there's a ton of small businesses that were kept afloat with those loans, and they are all going to have to close their businesses now. Now that is the people that didn't bought that like Mary the Landscaper bought new lawnmowers, new truck, new trailer. Remember how some people didn't? They bought Bentleys and shit, went to Vegas. Or their business didn't work out for them before COVID, took the loan. It's still a failing business. There's a very small window that's coming up where they're being given the opportunity to hire people to negotiate down what they owe in those loans. They still have to close their businesses though to qualify for that negotiating. And that business right now is booming. It's fucking booming right now. But that's still down the road. It's not today. That would be one of the first like cracks if you're looking for cracks. Oh wait a minute, is this it? Okay, so let me read this. Yeah, I'm with so I see it. Okay, so I see what Jem's saying. I am in agreement with Jem. I don't always agree with him. I agree with him in the statement that he just made. A volatile market is coming. I agree. The data is good. Okay, so Sam, I'm with you on this. The economy is good. The business cycle is being extended. Economic cycle is being stretched. But saying that, there's the three things you need to look out for. The first one is if we are running the economy, we're extending the economy right out, and the economy is going to grow hotter. We have to pay attention to a few things, don't we? We have to pay attention to Trump policy. We have to pay attention to is Trump policy MAGA or is Trump policy oligarch? Okay. Now, it's okay for Trump policy to give MAGA a bone, right? So just like Obama, you give him a bone, right? Well, he got this one thing done for us. I'm happy enough. Make sense? If they're happy enough, cool, right? Obama voters voted for Obama twice, and they still like him today. So you could probably throw MAGA a bone. That could be bad for the market briefly, but not full. We're going to do all this and do all that. So you got to pay attention to that MAGA stuff. The second thing would be what? Rate hikes. Those two things introduce the volatility into our market, even though the economy and the business cycle is strong and stretching. So I'm with Jem on that. The only thing you can't discuss or plan for is unknown unknowns. You can't. Funds and banks can. They have insurance for that stuff. You don't have insurance for that stuff, do you? So I think GS said coming into 25, they said in their outlook, they said be long. They said have protection on major highs. You come into like a Fed meeting, come into like a Trump inauguration, come into like these big events, you remain hedged in 25. So, you know, if Trump comes into office week 1 and he implements everything he promised, you got to be hedged for that. Even if they're just cheap, like penny puts that are like 6 months out, 3 months out, cheap, nothing expensive, cheap stuff. Or you buy in the money puts far out in time. There's that stuff too, but we could sell calls far out. Anyways, there's the potential for that this year. through either policy craziness or Fed rate hikes. The only other thing that could bring that closer or gets closer for us is the unknown unknowns, which is Russia and China, right? China, Taiwan, or Russia feeling backed into a corner maybe, or their society implodes and they go after Putin. That stuff can bring volatility to our markets too, right? Trading down now into this, trading down, trying to touch into backtesting the 6,000 right now on SPX. That's right here. So I'm with Jem on that. Thanks for posting that, Sam. I appreciate that, brother. I'm with Jem on that. We're going to touch it now, aren't we? We got to touch it. Touch it, touch it. The target is 597.83. Just oh, they don't want to make the new low. Let me say this to you better, guys. So, if you're a bull, you do not want to see a break below this in rejection. If you're a bull for end of the day, melt up. You want to see like, you can do that one right there, but then immediately recover. If you're a park the bus trader, you're looking for 6,000. It looks like into Opex today. So I'm on the belief that this is up. Up and to the right. Just more liquidity to go higher. Anybody getting zero dates here for the end of the day? I think that's a juicy trade right now, right where we are. Maybe one more down. If you're a bull for end of day, this is getting juicy here. Even if it's just a call spread. NASDAQ up 2%. S&P up 1.3%. Tesla lowers basic autopilot price by 65%. I've been asking people on the Hill about logistics for moving people, about the logistics for moving people in the inauguration inside. Where do members go? So far, no answer. Statement from the JCCIC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, will honor the request of the president-elect and his presidential inaugural committee to move the 60th inaugural ceremonies inside the U.S. Capitol to the Rotunda. God damn, that's a small group of people. The JCCIC just announced that they're going to move the inauguration to the 10th floor basement level because they're afraid it might get too cold in the Rotunda. People on the Hill are saying that the Rotunda is not large enough for the crowd, so they're going to move them to the large underground bunker. I like this. I like the trade up from right here. There might be like one more. There might be like one more downside at like 3, like up here, maybe down there, and then up. Something like that. Ram. There might be one more low to buy down there, but I like this dip buy right here in particular. I think that's it. I think we're done. We're close without getting a new low. You can see we're turning up right now. So we're back on track again. It looks like we're trying to get back on track again. All right. And that one right there. Come on, bulls. We know it's not bulls doing this, right? Spreads being fucking closed. Ugh. Yeah, well, the Bushes said that they didn't get an invitation. He just fucking slighted them. Like the Bushes said they didn't even get an invitation. He's a dude. Like I'll tell you what, Trump is like. He's like he remembers everything. I can just imagine he's like, nope, that asshole's not coming. Oh, that one time that fucking guy did that thing. Get him off the list. You know he had a hand in that list too. They printed it out on a bunch of paper, and he like with a pencil just went through and said, nope. Bring me Chuck Norris for the inauguration, please. Yeah, it's childish. It's Friday, baby. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, that's what I was thinking about Hoover too. Like Hoover, he actually implemented his shit, but not till his end of his presidency, his first term. I was thinking about that with Trump. Maybe you get like the one and done in the beginning, like MAGA thing, and then you save some of that pen stuff for the end of the presidency, and that could lend us to the end of the bull market, right? The last 2 years. If the markets are like, if I was Trump, I would be trying to implement those policies only as the economy is rolling over, right? I mean, might as well, right? Fuck it. Like crank it and then roll it down with effect. You ever notice how that all happens, right? When sentiment starts to get really good or really bad, the shit starts flowing everywhere, right? So if you see that policy implementation, I would expect it to be the top of the economy or the economic cycle or the business cycle or the stock market cycle for those policies to actually be implemented. Like a nice, neat little package, like a little like birthday gift to you. Yeah, I think he's his only hope. Jerome, baby. Jerome Powell is the only hope here. Jerome Powell is going to be the fair friend. We got to hold this right now. Come on, baby. 2:29 in the afternoon, half an hour before our power or sour hour. Let me know in the chat, all the chats that are out there. Let me know what your thoughts are on end of day. Do we squeeze up into this close? Or do we trade sideways? Squeeze up, sideways, or blood the end of the day? You want my take? We squeeze up violently at the end of the day. But don't take what I say. I'm wrong all the time. You guys, I'm not that guy that does it afterwards. I do it before and I'm wrong, right? I'm not your fucking furrer out there coming out afterwards and saying bullshit. I think we hit like here, let me take a look and see what I think the end of the day is. Well, actually, we got a bunch to talk about. How about this? Give me like, let me take one more last break for the day. 15-minute break, right? As we come into 2:45 and 3 p.m., what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you what I think happens into the end of the day. You guys should talk to each other. No one cares about you guys. Wall Street hates you. If you talk to, I have a lot of professional or people that are professional, or I have a lot of friends that are professionals on Wall Street. They make fun of me and you all day long. So you guys should help each other. Remember that. When those guys talk to me, they're like, you guys suck. They tell me I suck. You suck. I suck. They have more information than us. They're smarter than us. So feel free to help each other out at the end of the day today. Retail for retail. Seriously. So put your thoughts on the chat for each other to help each other. Don't post like we go down in the depths of hell. Just be honest. This is what I think happens at the end of the day today, especially if you think you're a smart trader. Help your fellow trader out into the close. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll give you an expectations for end of day. We're going to talk about expectations into Tuesday and what to expect so you can plan or have a plan for over the weekend. I will say this early, okay? I'll say that I think we're going up into the bell. I think that it would be prudent to buy really cheap puts, even if they burn, if you own the market already. Some cheap just in case something bad were to happen. It looks like some of that is being alleviated. Right now, we're hearing that the inauguration is going to be indoors. That removes about half of that volatility from the inauguration. The only other half of that volatility that's left is whatever Trump says over the weekend, and maybe Tuesday he says he's doing a bunch of shit on Tuesday, but it's being perceived as being positive for the market. So a lot of this vol is going to need to come off into the weekend. So I want you to think about that, okay? We're pricing in volatility over the weekend, and the inauguration is being moved inside. I'm going to post that on Twitter right now. Got the money vol. Priced in a decent uptick in volatility for the inauguration. Likely for Trump language, but more so Give me a second here, guys. So, I would say to you, right, get those puts out, right? 0-day puts at the end of the day to hedge anything bad happening over the weekend. Now, I'm not so concerned with those puts with the inauguration moving inside. So I would say we're going to squeeze up and to the right into the close today. Without the inauguration going inside, I would say buy cheap 0-day puts on the inauguration in case of a threat to the threat to the smooth transition of power in our country. Now with the inauguration moving inside, that threat has been removed, hasn't it? So if you are going to hedge over the weekend, hedge appropriately for language and not necessarily anything going haywire over the weekend. But not inversely, but in line with that, you'll also see the vol curve need to be sold over the weekend. Today, over into Tuesday, they've already been pricing that volatility into the market in future volatility. So that has to come off the market. So there's potential here for the market to squeeze into the close and maybe even up into Tuesday, barring Trump going on any tirades. It looks good here. So when I get back, I'll give you some expectations into the close. There are material changes coming out about the inauguration as we come into the Friday close. Give me like not 15 minutes, but like 10 minutes, and I'll come right back and so that you can plan into the weekend. But personally, up and to the right now into the close, I don't see any like major danger into the close here today, or at least into today and into maybe Tuesday if you are taking trades farther out in time. And we'll look for what those targets are and where we roll down and that kind of stuff into next week. I'll be right back.
Voice news disconnected.
I reconnected the news just then. Heads up. All right. Come back now. Hold on one quick second. Trying to get some peanuts down inside of me. Eating a handful of peanuts. I got like no water, no coffee to wash them down. Okay. So let's take a look at the trigger screen. So we're sitting on Fantasy Island up here, right? Let's get rid of some of this stuff so we can just have a look-see. So we can clean this chart up a little bit. We're going to turn to a 1 hour. But wait a minute, I gotta go back to a 1 minute and get rid of some of this, all this line shit. So just to be clear with you, as we go over this expectation into the weekend, my expectation is that we run higher here. And we'll talk about that here in just a moment. See all that? Okay. We know this is the gamma bar right here, 600 gamma. This is that 5980 on SPX gamma. Here's R4, R5 is above. This is the 15-minute from earlier. You don't need this anymore. You could leave this on, I guess. Get rid of these for a minute. Pivots. The 1 hour. 1 hour. This is the instigation from the open this morning right here. We'll bring these back here in just a minute, okay? That over. Let me, I don't know that I want to get rid of this stuff. Okay, so here's R5. We're going to get rid of this for right now. We're going to make this 600. We already have it up there at 600. We'll make this 605. Oh shit, we're on a one hour. I got to be on a 1 minute. Just get rid of that. We already know where that is. Hourly trigger down here. 1 hour gap closure down below. Hold on, before we even get there, hold on here. So 2.5. There's the gap down there. There's the gap fill right there. Tuesday low. Close the gap into the bell here. Tuesday low. Or this is Tuesday. Where's Tuesday? 4 a.m. 5 a.m. 9 a.m. No, we do this now, I think. Tuesday low back up on Wednesday. Wednesday. Wednesday, 7 a.m. What do we have for data next week? Nothing on Monday. We're closed, right? He says some crazy ass shit into Tuesday. Claims on Thursday at 8:30. Who claims bad? I see claims is coming in hot and bad. Whoop, and a Friday. You know what's fascinating too is that this is end of month right here. Is that in a month? Nope, that's only the 24th, right? Opex was early this month, wasn't it? Let me get the Fed. Where's the Fed here? Right here. The Fed's over here. Let me see this really quick. Right there. No. Is it really going to go that fucking high? Jesus, like run it up into the fucking Fed meeting? Okay, run it up to the Fed meeting, I guess. Okay, so sorry about this. I have to like think down the road with all of the events and stuff too. And I got to look at one more thing here. So just give me a couple seconds here. Sol matches up, or at least right now. Daily triggers coming down. Should be coming up. Here is the hourly trigger or hourly trigger. You got this one right here. Whoop, right. That punches down on hourly. Whoop. And bam. Back up again. Volatility. Up and away. Tag this prior high. You know sellers are going to step in there, right? They're right here. All these sellers right here. Wham. Send us down. Packing. No new low. That would mean that we go higher. So right there. That's the breakout you're looking for. Let's look at velocity here really quick. This is all still hanging out down here too. None of this has gone away. This low in 70 has not gone away. It's still here. So we are losing daily velocity or intraday hourly velocity at this point. And it should roll down over here. Look. Like you get that last kick up, and then down, right? I don't know about this one right here. That one's tough. Unless it's like this, one more height. You get the one down move, the heights again, and then boom, straight down right there. Back up again. I will say this to you. I want to talk to you about this close today, okay? It's going to be very important. On a daily basis, the week is turning green. You see it? Right there. Price will matter. Weekly closes will matter. We're getting higher lows on daily velo on a daily time frame too. Now, let's look on a weekly candle right here. This stuff doesn't correlate nicely, but you know, if we get the nice weekly close, you can push next week down, right down here, right? And still be green on next week. What this implies is if we pull all this back next week, we keep this a green week, and then if we go up again off this, close the gap next week, it's you're stacking green weeks, right? One green week, another green week, right? 1, 2, 3, three green weeks. That gives you the escape velocity to get in and out of here into the Fed meeting. So it looks like it's improving. Sorry, this doesn't correlate well when I change formats. So right now I'm looking at just the weekly candle. And if we were to stay here, put together these 2 good weeks, let's talk about this really quick. So let's go to an hour basis. Okay, so expectations for next week as of right now. The close today is going to matter, okay? The close is going to matter today. I want to say 2 things to you, or some important points to this outlook for next week. So this is Thursday, right? Of next week. I shouldn't be drawing that in. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe my pay very close attention to next Friday's close. So here's next week. 1600. You want this close to be up here. Okay. So for next week, there's a couple things there. Number one, I expect us to move higher into the close today. Trade a minimum of 600, possibly extension up because it is Opex and Vixperation. There can be some finagling in the closing price today. You're not gonna remember it in a week or so, but with it being Opex, that kind of stuff. Now there is a possibility this takes until the last day of the month. It is possible that we get like that that inside week where we don't actually get this, the like inside week our asses in here, and then we get the final positive week, depending on the Fed rate decision, I guess. We'll talk more about this later, but
Canadian dollar weakens to the lowest since March 2020.
Jesus Christ, that's loud. I'm gonna turn that off. So, but for right now, you stack one good week. You want the next week to have a high over here. You want next week closing on a high. So there's something else to tell you here too. Next week, if you're looking for a low to buy, it might not be at 90, 91. It may be lower. Okay. So if you're looking for a low to buy next week, we have CPI. We have CPI next week. Maybe they're dooming us up on CPI, tell you it's going to be bad. You come into CPI, not so bad, right? And CPI just squeezes us. If inflation is dropping, it would give hope to the. That's a big move right there. I don't know if you can get that in one day. I find that hard to believe. But you figure this: if you see like the news or social media telling you that inflation is going to be horrible, because we got a CPI report next. Do you have a CPI next week? What do we got? Hold on, I got to check this again, make sure I get this right. We have claims. We have claims coming out next week. I thought it was CPI, but I'm sorry about that. It's claims. That's on Thursday, so I would wish it was CPI, not claims, but maybe claims could give the hope that we're going to get a cut or something, and that would do that. But I don't know what gets us up here. The only other thing I would say here would be we might leave some of that gap behind, right? Like take half the gap. Maybe save the rest of it for the FOMC to close out. One, two, three, 4, 5, right there, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's just not that high. Maybe it's just like right there. That makes more sense to me, at least counting. And this is your huge move right here. This is a part of your initiation, right? Bam. This one here. This one here. And this one, I'm only giving you this because this could actually be higher. This one does the breakdown right here. And we're going to leave part of that gap behind. And maybe bring that in a little bit. Rein in those expectations. Okay, so at least for now, barring any kind of nightmare, into any kind of like unknowns, I can't predict shit. Don't fucking look at me like I'm a crystal ball and be like, you got it wrong. Shit that I don't know or whatever. Expect into the close today an upside move to at least 600. Maybe they save the 605 into next week. Back down over here. If you're looking for a weekly buy next week, even if I am wrong here, if you're looking for a weekly buy, look for buying like 90, 87, somewhere in here, okay? Whether this happens on Tuesday, Wednesday, happens on Thursday, be looking for that. If you're looking to get long a second time, there's another long down here waiting for us next week. Excuse me. And there's a bunch of other crap back here. Like, they're not going to be happy with this. They're most certainly going to try to sell you right here. They're going to fucking try to tee off on you right here. So you can see that's the pin right there. And then you have this. This is what I don't understand right here exactly. Like, how do you get back 4 or 5%? And I'm afraid that you're not going to get above there. So you get like the green week. If we do 2 green weeks in a row, maybe the inside start of a third week would be like a failure in here. Send it down into FOMC and whatever. And we clean up the rest of this. And then we're up and out of here again. There's a couple different outcomes to this later on. There's a way out of this with weekly closes and daily closes up and to the right. Now, where does this ultimately go if you're wondering? 625. We trade 625. If we can escape, we're trading 625. Now, I got to say something to you guys. The island that we created earlier on a 4-hour basis over here, we done fucked up over here. And I'll draw this in a larger way for you, but we did fuck up. So, like, we broke trend up here. There's still this danger down here. It's improving. But it begs the question about see this pattern right here? See this smaller pattern that looks like this? It brings up a question of a pattern like that in a larger frame. And it kind of looks like this. And then it looks like a monster move up, like 625 up here, but it's like this over here. So there's a larger question still of like 550 and 500 down here. This is all Elliott wave stuff, so this shit changes. I don't trust Elliott wave at all. But it gives a rough idea. This doesn't have to happen either. There are ways around of getting out of this. But for right now, until something else shows us a different path. So basically this here is this would be this part right here would be this right here. This looks really fucking wonky, doesn't it? This doesn't look right. Damn it. Every time I change time frames, it fucks up the whole thing. God damn it. Am I back on the... Oh, I'm on the 4-hour. That's why. Fuck. Hold on. Yeah. Now I'm fucking it up myself. I like this down move because it brings this into relief down here, getting down here and closing some of that gap. I'm gonna stay with that there, and maybe rein in the upside expectations. That would still be a green week. So, as a matter of fact, we don't even need to go that high. You can actually close all this out right here, And this would be a green week next week, right? Because we close the week green here, close the week green up here. No, there's no requirement for price to go any higher that next week. So we'll rein it in a little bit. How about that right there? Just a break below, and then that move lower, a recovery into that Friday, and you want to be seeing this. You don't want to see the inside week heading into FOMC. You might see it. It's possible you could see like the week before FOMC. Whoop. We just barely get the green week, or you get the inside week drag out. You get the bullshit traders brace for Jerome bullshit. That's going to all depend on this stuff. They're going to come out with it too. I'm going to warn you right now. They're going to come out and tell you. It's going to be all over social media news. Traders brace. You'll see the roar come up again saying, look at how good the fucking economy is. You're going to see some asshole say, we demand Jerome raises 25 BPS. It's going to get out of control, bro. You're going to get people pontificating that you're going to get a surprise rate hike. They're going to start that shit show over here, guaranteed. So these are the expectations. If you want them into next week, you want to take a snapshot of this show, you can. I'll post this in the Discord. If you want me, I'll try to get you guys some futures shit. But that should give you what you need into next week. I'll post this in the Discord for you. Hold on here. Go to the Discord. Nobody does this shit, do they? I don't think anybody does this shit on public, do they? Nobody fucking does this stuff for free on fucking YouTube. There we go. Motherfuckers out there fucking... Hold on a second here. That stays right in line down there, right? Bam, bam. This one right here should be fun. Like, it should hold right here, but if you can catch that down wick, like that's the candle. And you get that wick down there, just like, boom, step right in, grab that shit right there, whoop, off and running again. Be the guy that's down here waiting, okay? Just be that fucking guy down there. Just like, go close your laptops or some shit. Set an alert down here. Go jerk off and do drugs and drink for like a whole week and then come back over. Whatever that triggers over there, just be like, yep, buying that shit right there. All right, I think we're good for the weekend. Let's go back to what we're doing in here. Let's go back to the normal shit. Oops, sorry about that. Break time, be right backy. Rid of that. Let's bring all this up back into relief. They're trying to dog us here into the close, trying to tell you we're not going up 30 points into the bell. Is that what they're doing? Trying to fake you out so you don't see so you don't see us go higher. All right, let's see where we go here into the close. What else do I got for you guys? I think that's it. There's some stuff to talk about here. I talked about it in a brief last night, and I talked about it in a brief 2 days ago. There's It's a really weird. We're in this really weird place. There's still downside risk on a 1 month, 3 month outlook here. A lot of this stuff it does matter, or it revolves around Trump. Some of it's being taken away. The inauguration going inside is good for bulls. It removes some of that risk. Now we're just left with rhetoric or actual craziness. Be aware of that into next week. I'm going to warn you one last time. I've been warning you guys about this for months and weeks. Please heed me on this. If you trade futures, go to a fucking prop firm. If it's your own money, stop that shit. And you're going to get crazy. And you're going to come into the market one day and everything you've looked at is going to say up or down. And you're going to get a Trump tweet or a Trump presser. And just the announcement of a Trump presser at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday or a Monday or something like that, like 8:30 in the morning, 7:30, 3:30 in the afternoon, a fucking market will stop for that shit. So I'm going to impress upon you something very important. Please let me leave you with this weekend. It is okay coming into the beginning of next week and forward to not have a position long or short and trade that reaction. You understand me? Like if it goes up, you sell it. If it goes down, you buy it. One of our Discord members remembered that his kids were important. They were subtweeting before he was tweeting. Larry Kudlow was important the last election. Elon Musk, I don't know if it's him this election or not. I don't know if it's Bessent this election, but there'll be a cadre of people, a press secretary. You got to follow all those fuckers and try to find out or be willing to fucking cut everything. Long, short, doesn't matter. The moment that fucking tweet hits the airwaves or the fucking series of tubes or whatever. If you don't, and you're trading your own money in futures, you don't heed this warning, I promise you, you're going to be washed out of this market 100%. And it's going to suck. It hurts when it happens. I don't know if those things recover or not. I don't know if he doesn't doom this term. I don't know if he becomes more austerity, like more regal, maybe. I don't know. I don't think he changes a lot of his behavior, though. His behavior is the same, so to me at least. So just be wary or conscious of that as we come into next week. And in the future, you don't think we're going to go here. You don't think we're going to go there. And out of fucking nowhere, just comes a fucking monkey wrench right across your fucking desk. And I don't know how to trade that. I don't know how to live stream that with you this year because one of the biggest fears I have is that I'm going to be awake with you on a live stream at fucking 1 a.m. and you got Trump fucking freaking out in the middle of the night, hopped up on fucking Adderall, and the market's down like fucking 3% in the overnight and then recovers at 9 a.m. So I hope we don't have that this year. I was afraid to even stream through his presidency, this one, because of the fucking nightmare fuel that's involved in it. But we'll deal with it as it comes. We'll deal with it if it unfolds like that or not. We don't know yet. So just take that bit of information, please. I don't care if you like Trump or not. Remember to put your fucking trading hat on and know that he matters. He cares about the stock market. He fucking knows that he's impacting the stock market with what he's saying. Trust me. This fucking guy loves the stock market. He's fucking trading on his phone in a bathroom. I promise you. That's what he's doing. He's been fucking doing it since he was like 20. He's gotten caught in the stock market with like the Fed will pull some, not anymore. We used to have a Fed that would just come out and be like, surprise 50 basis point rate increase right now in a Senate hearing. Fucking market would dump and Trump would come out and fucking snap because you know he was long. And he's fucking freaking. So please keep that in mind. If you didn't trade in his last presidency, take that shit to heart because you're going to learn. It's like a dad telling you, right? I'm telling you once. You don't have to listen to me, but you're going to fucking learn one way or another, right? Either I tell you once as your dad, and when you don't listen to this, the fucking market will make you fucking learn, right? The police will make you learn, right? You want to drink and drive as a kid? Party with your friends? You're going to get into an accident. You're going to get a DWI. No way, Dad. Fuck you. Boom, right? Remember in high school, your friends getting accidents and shit because you're doing stupid shit driving? I think he trades a fucking Robinhood account. I wouldn't put that motherfucker fucking all of his repressed dude, his literally his fucking his fucking security briefings are on paper. They typed them out on paper for him to read. He didn't send out fucking COVID checks until they printed his name, signed his fucking name on them, and printed a letter so that they came from him directly. I don't put nothing past that shit. Like him or not, I don't care. And I understand why some of you like him because of that shit too. And I actually do like him for that stuff. You're never gonna hear me say that like it wasn't fun trading Trump. My family, my liberal family hates that I have two hats with that. Because they're like, what do you think about Trump? I'm like, he's fucking great for the stock market. And they're like, what? Banished. I'm like, I hate him, but he's fucking great for the stock market. Like, he makes that fucker move. Like, fucking tap that ass. Bam, bam, bam. So, for me at least, I gotta wear two hats with that stuff, right? He's fucking great for the stock market, in my view. Which is counter to my Main Street hat, right? And I got to wear both of those hats. I got to wear my real life hat, and then I got to wear my stock market hat. Had I chose in the last his last term to trade based on my thoughts on Donald fucking Trump, I'd be fucking outside poor, living in the streets. So don't be trading like that if you don't like him. Trade with Trump. Trade with Trump the whole fucking way. If you can't handle that, get off fucking Reddit, because that shit'll poison you. Literally poison you. They have a top post on Reddit today saying that they can't stop TikTok from shutting down. I fucking want to see it. Democrats like a wet paper bag that couldn't fight their way out of it. Don't consume that shit. Consume what's in front of you, okay? Which is the stock market. You guys are amateur retail stock market traders. Separate all that shit. I know you're not the boss of me. You're gonna learn. So, I want to leave you with that into this weekend, this long weekend. Okay, I'm sure that you're gonna be able to sit on your hands and sell a major high, and you're gonna be able to buy a major low frequently ish, way more frequently than the last 2 years. So one of and that expectations I showed you earlier in the week, one of the rules for this year was patience. You know, if you see it rolling down, be a little bit more patient to buy a dip. You see it squeezing up crazy because he said something, you just be a little patient, take the money and run, and wait for it to come back down. Okay? Who is Zen? Are you in the Zen? Are you in the Discord? Hold on a second here. Zen Thoughts, are you inside of the Discord? No, I don't know. Is he? Was he in the Discord? I don't see him. Thanks. Sweet. Time out for you. You don't know what you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here. You're gonna put my my community at risk by saying that shit. You're in a timeout. That means you're a free user. Free users don't get to comment on that. And making money. You can comment on that to me in the Discord if you want. We'll chat about it in the side. I'll show you that stuff. I'll show you the price action when he was president last time. I would literally spend time with you. We could do it privately. I'll show you the up and down moves and the tweets and the press conferences. I'll show you the history of it. I'll take the time. I actually care about the community. So just trust me on this, okay? If you don't believe me, ask other traders that were trading then, and they'll tell you the same fucking thing. It's not political. Forget the politics. We're talking stock market with Trump in it, which is important. The first time in history. Okay, so that's what I'll leave you with into this weekend, into this inauguration, into next Tuesday and Wednesday. If you're looking for a low and you're thinking that you're not going to catch that low down at 85, just wait for it. Sit low on 85 to pick up on the that trade to the downside. On a larger time frame, if we're going to trade down to the 70s and 61, 62s, as I told you last week, you want to pay very close attention to the weekly closes, weekly closes, monthly closes, and the quarterly closes in Q1. I didn't really go into it in the stream, but it's in the year outlook. And the reason why I want you to pay more attention to that stuff is because there's two paths for the market this year. And if we start making some major lows in Q1, they really retard end of year targets. So we can, like, an example would be we can still be pretty bullish in the end of the year, but we're not looking at 720 or 680. You know what I mean? We're looking to recover from like 500. And that also brings up that volatility that Jem talks about, right? Expect volatility this year. So you start getting those rate increases, things like that. We got some violence ahead of us. So price doesn't matter as much as, hey, are we blasting down 10, 15, 20, 30% right now? You have to be more patient this year as volatility enters the market, in my view, at least. So please be conscious of that. Be conscious of it next week, and be conscious of it in the upcoming weeks and months as we get into this rate decision by the Fed. I don't know if the Fed's going to cut or raise on this FOMC. They didn't say they were going to. The language did change, though, to be open to that rate increase. I think it's paused one more time, and then we see that January hot data come in that we just talked about this morning. You'll see the FOMC chair maybe come out next month and start, or even in this one, in this FOMC in particular, and start talking about a rate hike in the next FOMC. And that would be a negative, right? There would be a major knee-jerk reaction on that. So pay very close attention to the language that's coming from Jerome in this upcoming FOMC. If he starts to get more hawkish on a rate cut, the market will go hands off on that shit. If we don't see a rate hike this one, but the next one, you could see some violence down the road. I think that's all I've got for you guys. It's 3:44. You got 15 minutes left to the end. Hope you have a great weekend. Check out the inauguration on Monday. I'm going to try to get if I can, I'm going to try. It's almost done. I'll try to get the year out expectations to you this weekend. I'll have it posted on the Discord or in the website. And I'll try to do a private live stream for Discord members Sunday, Monday, whenever you guys want to do it. We could even do it while the inauguration's going on. We could stream it in the background or something, have them talking or something while the while we go over the year review. And I need to get that shit out to you guys for signposts throughout the year in regards to rate hikes and rate cuts and all that kind of shit. The two outcomes. One of these outcomes is like one of the outcomes really has a lot to do with like in prior years. I looked at seasonality in years. I looked at like the years that ended in 5 and all that shit. And then I looked at the presidential years, and there's like two paths. There's two basic paths for the market this year. We want to be paying very close attention to which one of those two we take. Those will evolve in Q1, Q2 this year. They should project to a decent probability where we're headed. I know probabilities suck sometimes, right, when they don't work. But we'll pay attention to those as we get into next week or into the end of Q1, and we have that in front of us to look at, to consume, and make our plans for the rest of the year. And we're going to go into some other stuff too when we do that live stream. We're going to talk basic shit too, like how to buy a bond, stuff like that, how to prepare for an end to this market at some point so that you're prepared to buy a low. Remember in 2022 in October, being cash rich to be able to buy that low again, right? Something like that. How to be responsible with your money, that kind of stuff. So I'm not done yet. We're not quite here yet. Still waiting. It's 3:46. Let me launch this here. I don't know if they already gave out the. I don't see yet the closing numbers here. So hold on. I'm in some right now for the close. I got some options. I bought options, bought 0 dates down here. About 0 dates right down here for the close. I'm sitting in some right now. I got 0 dates. I want to see if we can print $5.99 or 600 into the bell between now and like 4:15. If they fucking save it for 6, I'll be pissed. When they do all their fucking horse trading after hours. Note to you as well, a warning to you today, if you don't know, make sure you're closing your spreads before 4:15 p.m. They will fuck you. Do not leave your spreads open past 4:15 p.m. In the money, out of the money, doesn't matter. Don't leave them open. Yeah, what do you got, B Money? What ticker you got? What ticker, B Money? Do it, make it quick, and I'll look at it. I didn't spend any time on earnings this week. Like I wanted to look at next week's earnings. Maybe we'll do that too in that private stream. I'll try to do next week's earnings for you. Yeah, they're talking about it in the Discord right now. MU's been all over. Our Discord's been discussing it all day long, I think.
1 minute till we get the market on close imbalance.
Let me take a look at it for you. Look at TLT wants to fucking run, dude. TLT looks bullish as fuck right now. It's almost time to take the money and run on Micron. 106.60. Rebuy underneath it. Give me a second here. I wouldn't be getting long here if you're asking about MU. But I would be trying to get long again at 104, 105, or when it rolls back down below 104, 105. Hold on, let me look at it.
So markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a sell side of 850 million, Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 330 million, Dow 30 a sell side of 410 million, and the Mag 7 a sell side of 104 million.
It never broke down, did it? Stayed strong. I wanted more downside. I wanted Micron to go to $52, and it didn't. The low was 81. Ooh, we're getting murdered right now. Or I'm getting murdered right now. It looks great right now. Weekly velocity in MU is outstanding. It looks really good on weekly velocity. Daily velocity is just getting started on Micron. They never went as low as I wanted them to. There's one danger here. 1, 2, 3. There is one danger here that there isn't one more leg down. Maybe you get, if I had to think about this, you maybe get this one more high up here to 127, and then one more leg down. And then you're heading higher. This is April. Let me just move down here for just one quick second. While the market's bleeding here into the bell. Here's MU. I had a target down below here to close this gap. Right there. So I would say bullish up to 127, possibly 140. Get out of being long in end of March, end of April.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get US overall net capital flows prior 203.6 billion, and US tick long-term transactions prior 152.3 billion.
Does that make sense for you? Up, down here, close that gap at 52. Back up again. We should have a bloodbath in April. March, April is a bloodbath coming. And there's a bigger one in summertime. One up here. You go up, and then you come back down in July. Here's your September, November, October nastiness, and then up again. Up over there in the end of the year. Whoop, right up there. Does that look better? End of 2026 right there. Watch out for that one. And I don't know how bad this one is going to be. I'm afraid of this one right here. That's MU. Price target on MU end of year. Just over $200, 210, 220, something like that. Do you want me to post? Are you in the Discord? I can post it to you. Do you want to post it on? Hold on, I'll post it on. I'll post it on. Give me a second here. I did this in 5 minutes, so bear with me if I'm not exacting for you, okay? Won't be like, oh, Cap, you did this in 5 minutes and I missed it by $2 up and down. Oh, goddamn. Fuck these guys.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get US overall net capital flows, prior 203.6 billion, and US tick long-term transactions, prior 152.3 billion.
God, I hate these guys. Fucking hate Opex. Fucking burning me all the way down here. Right, watch this nastiness right here. Or my fucking spreads are dying too. Fucking hate these fucking spreads. Are you on BlueSky, B Money, or are you in are you on BlueSky or Twitter or anything? B Money, are you on BlueSky or what are you on? You're in the Discord or are you in BlueSky, Twitter? All right, this is what I'm going to do for you, BlueSky. You didn't answer me. So I'm going to go to BlueSky and post it there. You can just search for me on it. For B Money. And that's basically the market this year, too. MU looks just like the market almost. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There ain't nothing up there, is there? Ooh-wee. Reset the VIX, baby. Hold on a second here. There ain't shit up here, is there? Let's look at that. See where there ain't nothing. Look at that. There ain't nothing. That's a doozy, isn't it? Oh, like all that shit down there. All that gap. We're looking for that for Tuesday. That ain't pretty. Right down there. The fucking Bears want all that down there. Fucking Binky's getting all slathered up. Chase is just drooling over it right now. Woo! My zero dates are fucking 1 penny right now. Should I add another 100 pack maybe?
I'll lead with US overall net capital flows.
I'm gonna add another 100 pack. $200 is dirt cheap, right? Give me another 100 pack.
Ten seconds. 159.9 billion, 159.9 billion. Tick long-term transactions, 79 billion, 79 billion.
I got a shit ton of 599s.
Prior revised for both of them. Tick long-term transactions.
I forgot about the tick report today.
9.1 billion. And overall net capital
Treasuries.
201.8 billion.
Still long here.
Stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save.
I'm gonna pin this fucker right into 415, man. I gotta close a bunch of spreads here. They're gonna pin the fuck out of this and not print any of that shit. They'll print that fucker at like 6 p.m. guaranteed. It's gonna make me. I'm gonna rage off the handle like 6 o'clock tonight. All spreads from December 18th dead. What was the high here too? 599.39. Oh, talk about fucking pain. Like to under $1 below printing me like 30% on these fucking spreads. A fucking dollar. Yeah. I posted oh, there you go. Sorry, I missed you, B Money. Sorry, I gotta read like 3 or 4 chats. Okay, I posted it for you, brother. That's one of the market outcomes for the year too. That trade, the market should look closely to that. Yeah, ASNS is good. ASNS is a great trade. Motherfuckers, dude. I gotta wait for this last fucking 10 minutes with you guys and suffer. God, I hate fucking I hate fucking dealers. Fucking hate them. I wish I was a dealer. We ain't paying none of those fucks over there. We're not paying any of those fucks over there either. Would they buy? Fuck them. Take it all. Like 5 minutes later, we're going to print it for them. Ugh. It's like the doornail on December 18th. Fuck. And I didn't close. The other thing too is I was asked if I was going to close on the 20th, and I didn't. I stayed long. Now, of course, I'm on the show going, this is your chance to exit. Are you going to exit? Nope. I'm long. Fuck. Fucking nail in the fucking heart still. That trade for me to feel this fucking pain has taken me fucking a full month. One full fucking month. I should have put 3 months on that fucking trade. Even then, I don't think it would have printed because I think the print is in April. I think they're really going to do a drubbing on that December 18th trade, that holiday trade. I think they're going to fuck the January 17 calls and the March calls. I think they're going to fuck them all the way out into April. I'm going to fuck every asshole that like me that was long in December for the holiday trade. Every last fucker. That was your first big loss. That wasn't a big loss for me, but it was decent. It was a decent sized loss. In total, I think I lost like 30 grand. I've been making it back since, but I've been like fighting back to flat, but I'm pretty angry about it. It was like and I had a good year, so it was like I was getting like haphazard end of year, like let's get that fucking extra bonus, last extra bonus on the year. Let's piss some money away, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have taken my money and walked. Said wealth preservation. I shouldn't say that. That's wrong. I shouldn't be saying that because I would do it again next year. I would still take the trade again next year. So I gotta take it on the chin. That doesn't mean I don't beat myself up inside. I do that. I'm my own worst critic. Yeah, that wasn't an easy one to swallow. And the statistics were on our side too. And I timed my entries well. I did everything the fucking was supposed to do. That shit fucking burned my ass. And then when we rolled on that December 8th, or like the 20th, we started rolling back down. I'm like, we're trapped in here. We're fucking trapped. Series of like just slightly lower lows, trade us sideways the whole fucking month. Fuck you the whole entire way. There's no way they were probably paying that shit. Swimming pools with fucking ice skating rinks and fucking, they probably built like a 3-story go-kart track above it. How much money they took. It was I would love to find out how much money went up in smoke on that trade. It had to be billions. Had to be billions. Had to be fucking billions. 407. I don't think they let this shit up until we get past 415. I think you'll see it lift after we get out of here, after they close this. They're not going to do this for the options market. You're going to see that 06 after the bell here. That's 600. I don't think you're going to see it right now. You'll see it on Tuesday open. There ain't no fucking way they want to print this shit. I guess sell Tuesday futures maybe. If we can get up to 600. Look at them. It's like not even moving. They're just like, fuck you. It's 597.38. It ain't moving. The stock market took a break, bro. It's all real price. It's all real pricing. It's all real. Trust me, it's not fake. The prices are all real. We promise. They're really selling all of this right here. Whole market's selling right now, Cap. Market just lost $10 billion in value right then and there, 10 minutes. Oh, God, now I'm down to 0. They just zeroed me down from 2 to 1 pennies right now. This took me for $200. Do. 11 minutes or 6 minutes left. And they're going to wait right until after the options market closes and then ramp. Jesus Christ. No money for me. I got a red week here. I'm coming into a red week. This is the first red week I've had in a while. Jesus Christ. About 60 cents. I just posted it on FinTwit. Two minutes left. All right. So I want you to have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you on Monday, possibly. I'll try to have the yearly expectations out for you. I want to thank all of you for showing up here today, and this week in particular. I can't wait to get started on the new year, new presidents with you next week. These motherfuckers. Oh, my God. I wish I had a fucking $1 billion. I would have bought zero dates right then and there like SoftBank. Wham! Fuck you. But chase it, bitch. You guys, wait till he fucking freaks out on the stream. It's definitely bourbon 30. I haven't been drinking. It's definitely bourbon 30. Do I have a nice bottle of bourbon? So I need to talk to my wife. Oh, fuck me. These fuckers. God damn it. All right, I'll see all of you guys on Monday. Or on Monday, I believe. I'll see you guys on Monday, even though the market is closed. Remember, you got a 3-day weekend. If you're not going to be around, have a great time on your